Hello, 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 word nerds. Hello, 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 word nerds. Word nerds, word nerds. Hello, word nerds. What is up? I am Spencer. This is my podcast. Welcome to it. I hope you're doing well. I hope you're enjoying this show. I hope you started from the beginning. I hope everything is great for you. Let's just get into it. The first word in this episode is dismast. D-I-S-M-A-S-T. Transitive verb from 1747, to remove or break off the mast of. So, sailboats have a mast, where they put the big old sail on that thing, and I guess if you take a thing off of the mast or break a thing off of the mast, you are dismasting. I guess that's what it's saying. How does this get used so much? Dismast the thing from the mast? I don't know sailing at all. I would think that the word would be to take off, to remove or break off. Wait, it is to remove or break off the mast of, to break off the mast. Oh, so maybe this is literally taking off the mast. That does make sense. I apologize for everything that I said before. Just erase it from your memory. So assuming that's what it is, because that is what I thought it would be, you take off the mast or you break off the mast. So if you're maybe the weather is terrible and there's a storm a-brewing, and then it hits your boat and the mast breaks off, you have been dismasted. And that's not a place that you want to be. No, it is not. In the middle of the ocean with no mast. Sorry for you. That's it. Okay, the sound effect today will be ha-ha. The next word is the first form of dismay. This is a transitive verb, yes, from the 13th century. 1. To cause to lose courage or resolution. And the example of that would be because of alarm or fear. So if you have lost your resolution or your courage because something frightened you, then you have been dismayed. There is an example. Must not let ourselves be dismayed by the task before us. I have many times been dismayed by the task before me. Oh, it's a very big task. Maybe I should have been dismayed when I started this podcast. I did not realize I did, but not to the correct amount. I was not aware of what this task would really entail. I did and I didn't. But if you got a big thing to do, I've had this before. It's like, it's a big task. I want to do other easier things first. I am dismayed by the idea of doing this task, whatever it is. I mean, it could be as simple as laundry. But that's why, if it's a task like that, dishes, laundry, cleaning, that sort of thing, you gotta stay on top of it. You gotta just do the things when you can, because it's just gonna mount into a big old pile of something you gotta deal with, and then it's so much harder to get your brain around it. But of course, there are just really big tasks that are frightening to do. Number 2, for dismay, the synonyms are upset and perturb, as in, were dismayed by the condition of the building. The condition of the building really upset me. I don't want people living in these conditions. Can we get them moved out and get this place cleaned up? Again, if people had kept up on keeping it nice. But that's not always possible. If it's a whole building, maybe they can't afford to have people or a person take care of it. Sometimes that's just how it goes. But yes, I am very dismayed by the condition of that building. Dismayingly is an adverb. This is from, dis plus maier, Anglo-French maier, which is from the Vulgar Latin magare, which is of Germanic origin, akin to the Old High German magan, which means to be able. And there's more at the word may. So to be able became the opposite when you add the dis, not able, I guess, but I don't know. It's not really how I think of this word. Something happened there in the etymology, and I'm not finding the connection. But we do have some synonym information, everybody's favorite time. I don't know if that's true. Nobody's ever told me how they feel about it whatsoever. I'm just pretending. Dismay, appall, horrify, and daunt mean to unnerve or deter by arousing fear, apprehension, or aversion. Dismay implies that one is disconcerted and at a loss as to how to deal with something, as in dismayed at the size of the job. I don't know how to deal with that thing because it is such a big job. It's really, really scary. Please help me. Appall, A-P-P-A-L-L, it implies that one is faced with the, One is faced with that which perturbs, confounds, or shocks. Somebody is faced with something that does all those things, as in, I am appalled by your behavior. Your behavior has shocked me, confounded me, perturbed me. I'm very frustrated by it. I'm confused. I can't believe that you would act that way. It is appalling to me. Horrify, I guess you could also be horrified by somebody's behavior, but horrify stresses a reaction of horror or revulsion, as in, was horrified by such wanton cruelty. How could you be so cruel and so just casual about it? I think that's kind of what wanton is, W-A-N-T-O-N. It's just like, it's no big deal to you, and I am not a cruel person. I don't like cruelty in any way, so I am horrified that you could just be so cruel. And by cruel, I mean you are not writing a review, and that is just so cruel to me. Daunt, D-A-U-N-T. Daunt suggests a cowing, disheartening, or frightening in a venture requiring courage, as in a cliff that would daunt the most intrepid climber. So yes, it takes courage to climb this crazy-ass cliff, and you're cowed by it, you're disheartened, you're frightened to do it. Now, is this similar? Let's see, daunt, this thing requires courage. I guess dismay and the whole thing about the size of the job, that would take courage to deal with it. But you can't, I don't know if you can, let's see, daunted at the size of the job. Yeah, that doesn't really sound quite right. I just replaced dismay with daunt. Yeah, it's different, a little different. Ha-ha! The next word is the second form of dismay. Noun from the 14th century, so you can have dismay. Number 1, sudden loss of courage or resolution from alarm or fear. Ah! I'm dismayed. I have dismay. 2A, sudden disappointment. I'm very disappointed at your test, young lady. Why did you bring in an A-? That I have such dismay at your test scores. Come on, A or nothing. 2B, the synonym is the first definition for the word perturbation. Perturbation. Ha-ha! The next word is the word dime, but this one is spelled D-I-S-M-E. Let's see. Yes, it is French. It is a noun from 1792, and ho-ho, we have a little twist here. This is interesting. It is a U.S. 10-cent coin struck in 1792. So it is a dime with a different spelling. Now, does the word struck here mean that they stopped using it in 1792? And why they just changed the name? They changed the spelling of the same thing? What does dime say? D-I-M-E. this is fascinating, and like, why I just don't understand. Like, what? Let's see. Yes, from the Anglo-French dism or dime. I guess they pronounced it dime, spelled D-I-S-M-E. Yeah, interesting. It is dime. It's the same thing. It's a tenth. A tenth. That's what it is. Moving on. Dismember. Transitive verb from the 14th century. Dismember. What I had recently with Christmas show, we had disembody and disembowel. This, it's sort of in the same world. So number 1 for dismember, to cut off or disjoin the limbs, members, or parts of. If a thing is made up of parts, you take those parts away from each other, and they say, bye-bye, parts. See you later. We were such good friends. Nope, sorry, you have been dismembered. And yeah, we what do we have? Disjoint and disjoin a couple episodes ago. So yeah, same idea. They have been, the members, the limbs, the parts have been disjoined, and you can also say dismembered. 2, to break up or tear into pieces. Just anything. So it might not be made up of pieces or parts, but you might break it into pieces. Maybe you're ripping a piece of paper. I guess you're dismembering the paper? Dismemberment is a noun. I don't want to be dismembered. I don't think anybody wants to be dismembered. Back in the olden days for torture or punishment or to make an example of somebody, they would do various kinds of dismembering, which it's so strange that that's our history, but also it's not strange at all because people were just different back then. I'm sure there are some people who still want to dismember people. What's the first one that I can think of? They would like tie each of your hands and feet to like a horse, 4 horses, and then they have them run off in 4 different directions, and then you would get ripped apart. Is this what we should be talking about right now? Probably not. Most people don't want to hear about this. Next. Dismiss. Transitive verb from the 15th century. 1. To permit or cause to leave. To permit to leave or to cause to leave. As in, dismissed the visitors. Okay, visitors, it is time for you to leave. You have every right to leave. There's the door. Please leave now. Please go. 2. To remove from position or service. The synonym is discharge. As in, dismissed the thievish servant. So it's I guess the context, yeah, from position or service. This is very similar to number 1 because you are permitting them to leave. But in this context, for number 2, not only are they just not they're in a position or a service, there's a job, but instead of permitting them to leave, you are telling them to leave. Slightly different context. You can leave. You're a servant and you would steal from us all the time, so please go. You are dismissed. 3a. To reject serious consideration of, as in, dismissed the thought. I'm not even going to give it a thought. Why would I do that? I don't like it. It's a very silly thing. There's no reason for me to think about it seriously whatsoever, so I am dismissing it from my brain. 3b. To put out of judicial consideration, as in, dismissed all charges. If you are the one who has been charged with the things, and your charges have been dismissed, you are probably very happy right now. Yay! But if you're the other side, you might be very sad. Depends on the context. To put out of judicial consideration. We're not considering this for a judicial situation anymore. We're done with it. Dismission is a noun. Dismissive is an adjective. And dismissively is an adverb. So it's not literally from dis plus miss. but it is from, let's see, dis plus the Latin mattere, which has two T's, and that means to send. So, well, now that's interesting, because if you are sending away this thievish servant, or sending away the visitors, or sending away all the charges, you are... I'm trying to figure out what the dis prefix does here. You can send those things away. You don't need the dis prefix. So why is it there in the first place? I mean, but I guess you wouldn't say miss. You are missed. That's a whole different thing. So I guess they had to add something else to it. That one's kind of interesting. Lots of things are interesting. I think lots of things are interesting. Next. Dismissal is next. Noun from 1778. The act of dismissing. Also, the fact or state of being dismissed. I don't know what to say about this one. It's just the act of dismissing. When you are dismissing the people, that is a dismissal. When you are done with class, the bell rings when you're in school, in whatever school that you're in, you are dismissed. Please leave my class. I got another class coming in. Get the hell out of here, you kids. Next. Dismount. In this case, you would actually emphasize the second syllable, dismount. First form, verb from 1566, starting with transitive. 1. To throw down or remove from a mount or an elevated position, especially the synonym unhorse. Let's make that horse an unhorse. No, you are on the horse and then you get off the horse or something like it. Usually it's a horse, could be something else, but you are removing a thing from something elevated. So I guess in that context, you are the one who's doing the action of to another thing, right? Because this is transitive. So if you pull somebody down who's sitting on a horse, then you are dismounting them, or the horse could buck or do that thing where they lift their lift their two front legs up in the air real high like you see in old westerns, and then if the person who is on the horse falls off, oh, that's sad, then the horse is the one who is doing the dismounting, or the unhorsing. That's a funny word. Number 2, the synonym is disassemble. Disassemble, dismounting. I guess everything has been mounted together, and so you are taking it apart. Dismount, disjoin, disjoint, dismember, disassemble. Lots of ways to say essentially the same thing. So here is intransitive. Number 1 is obsolete, and the synonym is descend. So if you go downstairs, are you dismounting? If you are, that's why it's obsolete. This one's a little odd to my brain. Number 2, to alight from an elevated position, as on a horse. Also, to get out of an enclosed craft or vehicle. An enclosed craft or vehicle, dismounting. What sort of enclosed craft are we talking about here? I mean, a train? Do you dismount a train? Maybe, yeah, I guess you could say that. Lots of things, probably. And, alight. You are alighting from an elevated position. Again, it could be like a horse. I want to remind myself about this word alight. A-L-I... Where is it? It doesn't really, it's not bringing any meanings to me. So I want to help myself and to you. Let's see, alight, to come down from something, dismount, deplane, all those kinds of things. So that's the verb, alight. Yeah, this is, somehow, that one didn't stick, I guess. Let's go on to... The second form of dismount, noun from 1654. The act of dismounting. That's what it is. Let's dismount from the horse. I mean, that's usually what we think of. Gymnasts, they dismount from their equipment. Maybe it's the high bars, the double bars, the rings, the skinny little beam. They have a horse too in gymnastics. In gymnastics, they have a horse. They do all those crazy spinny moves, and then they have to leap off with such grace, land on their feet, put their arms in the air, and they did a perfect dismount. The crowd goes wild. Next word. Ha-ha! Disney-esque. And I'm sure you could figure out probably what my sound effect was. So this is capital Disneyesque. Disney-esque. You could also say Disney-ish. Ish or esque. Adjective from... This one was coined in 1939? I did not realize or would have thought that people were using that back then, but I will say, Disney was making cartoons for a while by that point in 1939, and if I remember correctly, the first feature-length animated movie, Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, I believe it came out in 1939 or right around there, and so I guess at that point people were like, Disney had taken such a hold in everything that they were calling it Disney-esque. What does it actually mean? Resembling or suggestive of the films, television productions, or amusement parks made by Walt Disney or his organization. Yes, Disney, everything that they made for a long time had a very specific style. And, it changed everything. It's so interesting to think that, what if Disney didn't do that? What if Disney didn't exist? Would we have gotten that style? Would we have gotten a giant corporation that also changed media, whatever it is? Would something have taken its place? I don't know. I just like to think about that thing sometimes. But it doesn't really matter because it's not like we can live in that universe if it exists or not. We have this universe where we have Disney. Anything that's similar to, suggests, resembles the films, the productions, the TV thing, the amusement parks. It doesn't say style, like drawing style or anything, so I wonder if they did that on purpose. But yes, I think we all know of what is Disney-esque. And of course, there are lots of people or companies who have tried to copy it, to match it, to see if they can get a little bit of the success that Disney has had. But, they got their thing, and, just make your own thing. Do what you do. Be original. Don't try to copy somebody else, just in general. That's what I think. The next word. Ha-ha! Disneyfication. Disneyfication. Noun from 1982. Okay, this one is much later. About 41 years ago at the time of recording. The transformation, as of something real or unsettling, into carefully controlled and safe entertainment or an environment with similar qualities, as in the Disneyfication of a downtown. So this is where they take the downtown area of a town and transform it. They change it into something that's very safe and has similar qualities to being safe or safe entertainment. So that's interesting. So, it's making it more kid-friendly, maybe more light and colorful and happy, and this is such a happy place. Disneyfication. Usually, I think that this is used maybe disparaging isn't the right word, but usually maybe in more of a negative context of, they took that thing and they changed it and they did Disneyfication to it and I don't like it. I liked it better the way it was, or I didn't want them to go that far with the Disneyfication or whatever. But, yeah, I don't know what my feelings are about that. And it does say the etymology is from the Disney from Walt Disney. It very specifically calls out Walt Disney plus the suffix fication. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, do we know Disney? Could you have just said Disney? Did you need to put Walt Disney? I guess everything that says Disney is from Walt Disney. It's just so funny to me, or so interesting to think about, like this one guy kind of, I mean, he had help and he didn't do as many things as maybe he claims to have done or takes credit for. There was a lot of other people involved, but essentially, it's this one guy who changed everything, and whatever you feel about that, I mean, he's clearly had an effect, and this word Disney just has so many meanings behind it and feelings behind it. And, they were just living their lives. The Disneys, I think Kansas and Chicago, they have roots there, and they were just living their life. And then all of a sudden, when he did his thing, Disney just became a whole other thing. And, there are people who have grown up with this last name and who they might be directly connected to Walt Disney and his family, or maybe more distantly. And then it's just a thing. You hear Disney, you think about one big old thing. It's just amazing how massive a corporation that is. And yeah, you get mixed feelings about Disney. They have done a lot of good, but also maybe not. And everybody's got their feelings. What do we say about that without getting in trouble by the big ol' mouse? Yeah, I don't know. I have, as with most people, I have a love-hate relationship with them and what they make. I'm going to watch it. They do a good job, especially when you got people like Pixar involved as well. But, there's also a level of like, just churning out this stuff. And, yeah, I don't know. But, I mean, come on. They've made some great stuff, haven't they? Okay, enough of that. Let's say the last couple of words. Ha-ha! Disobedience. Noun from the 15th century, refusal or neglect to obey. I will not obey to what you say. No, 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 hey, hey, hey. Yeah, disobedience. And then the last word, which is related. Ha-ha! 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 Disobedient. D-I-S-O-B-E-D-I-E-N-T. Adjective from the 15th century, refusing or neglecting to obey. And the synonym is, the another form is disobediently, is an adverb. Let's see. I need to reread these words. We had dismast, dismay, dismay, dime, dismember, dismiss, dismissal, dismount, dismount, Disney-esque, Disneyfication, disobedience, and disobedient. I'm thinking I might just pick Disney-esque as the word of the episode. I don't know, just because once they really hit it big, lots of people and places wanted to copy that, and it's just between Disney itself and the copycats, the things that are sort of related to try to copy that style or in some other form of that, it's just had a huge effect on our media that we consume. And yeah, I don't know. I just think that's kind of interesting. And I don't want to say like overly negative or even overly positive things about Disney. I think even the people who love Disney so much probably wouldn't feel that 100%. I don't know. It's even hard for me to like quantify my thoughts. There's treatment of employees. There's other things. I don't know. representation is a big thing. I don't know. I say I don't know a lot because I don't know what else to say. Yeah, it's fun to go to the parks and to be involved in all the things, but again, they're also this just giant corporation that own everything and will not allow anybody to disparage them in any way. I don't know. And not that I am. I'm just trying to sort of state what people have talked about in a very uneducated and crappy way. Yeah. The first time, this is probably the only time we're going to see Disney in this book, I would assume. So let's talk a little bit more about Disney. First time I went to Disney World in Florida, Orlando, Florida, the home of everything happy. I was 7.5 years old. In fact, I think we left on my 7.5th birthday. And yeah, that was fun. That was a good trip. We did Epcot and Space Mountain. And what else? What other memories can I talk about here? Oh, damn. There was a guy with a figment dragon on his shoulder, and that was really cool. And we saw Captain EO, the Michael Jackson 3D short film, which just blew my mind. And the creatures in it were so cool, and the costumes and the set and the dancing and the music. And I ended up getting 2 stuffed animals from that. There was like the elephant kind of creature, and then there was the other one that flew around that was like orange and it had the long tail. And I don't know if those still exist in my parents' house. We did have a garage fire, so they may have burned in the fire. But yeah, I love those things. They were just so cool. And I think Doug Benson was an extra dancer in that Captain EO thing, which I think is just so funny. But yeah, that film just blew my mind. We actually have some home video footage of, I think my dad actually shot the screen, even though it was in 3D. We have a record of it somewhere. I think near Captain EO, there were these fountains of like jumping water. You can just turn this off. This is just going to be me talking about Disney for a little bit because I'm here, so why not talk about it? There were these like jumping water fountain things from like a box to a box, and they would just go from box to box. It would like the water would leap through the air, and it was so cool. And I remember standing under one of them to get a picture, and the water landed on my head, and everybody started laughing, and I was incredibly embarrassed at 7.5 years old. And to this day, I wonder, did they just mess up sometimes? Did they not leap the full 6 to 10 feet that they're supposed to jump? Or is there somebody watching and they could control and have it land in the middle if somebody's standing there? I don't know. It seems a little weird that it would just make a mistake, but it's technology, so, who knows? Let's see. Oh, another memory was we were in, I don't know what other way to describe it, so I'm just going to say it this way. We were in some sort of area that was Asian related, kind of. It was all Asian things, probably China, Japan. I don't know. I was 7.5 years old, so I wasn't fully aware of what was going on. But there was this performer guy in the middle of this huge crowd, and he made this like very fragile like whale thing. I don't know what material it was, but he just sort of created it there in front of everybody, and he gave it to me out of this whole crowd. He just saw this little kid and he gave it to me, and I was so pleased and so happy that I had got this thing. It was so cool. And then we went to get lunch, and we were sitting there, and this whale was sitting on the tray. And as we were cleaning everything up, my dad accidentally like knocked the tray or something, and this thing fell onto the ground and shattered. And I was heartbroken at this new prized possession. Honestly, it was probably for the best, because I don't know how we would have traveled home with that thing anyway. I'm sure he makes a zillion of them a day. But I really liked it, and I was very, very angry with my dad. So, Dad, I'm sorry if you don't even remember. It's fine. Oh, and then at some point we ran into some friends from Chicago, and I'm not even sure if that was a random occurrence or if my parents knew that they were there. I'm pretty sure they did. I think that they planned this whole thing out. And so then, like, we got to spend the day with, like, my best friend in the world and his family. And we have pictures of us at some, like, Disney brunch thing with, like, Goofy and Donald Duck. And yeah, that was really cool. Oh, I think I have probably said enough about all of those things. I'm sure I have plenty of other Disney memories. We have photos and videos, and it's great. And I think I was a little snot on that trip because I think my mom told me memories of, like, you were telling everybody, like, where to stand and where to go and which line to go into and all that stuff. And I apologize. I'm so sorry. Publicly, I will say that. But of course, I was 7.5. I was a brat. I didn't sing a song about Disney-esque. I don't know how to sing a song about Disney-esque. What's a Disney song? Can we parody? No, we probably shouldn't do that. That would be a very bad idea. Disney-esque is when you copy the style or films of Disney. Disney, oh Disney, this podcast is not Disney-esque. All right. Have you really stayed here this long? That's crazy. Just one last thing I will say. Last night we watched the movie Bros, which I had been very excited to see, and I'm sad that it took me this long to see it, but I loved it. It's the Billy Eichner gay rom-com, and he's hilarious, and it's fantastic, and there are so many great people in it, and of course I teared up, and yeah, it's just a beautiful movie. Full of love for all, and yeah, if you haven't seen it, you should go see it. I understand it. Maybe it's not for everybody, or maybe even people in the LGBTQ plus world may not fully love it or appreciate it, and that's fine. I don't know. I haven't read things like that. I'm just assuming, but I thought it was wonderful, and yeah, Billy Eichner, well done. And also, I will say that other than lots of things other than being gay and, well, that's a big one, and being famous, being smart, being knowledgeable in history, other than, like, all those things and more, I really, really related to Billy's character, Bobby, and also probably just Billy himself, because I believe that he, it feels very autobiographical, largely, in terms of his personality, at least. So I don't know. I just really related to his character and sort of how he was in the world. That's all I got to say about that. Thank you very much. What? My mouth stopped working. Thank you very much for listening to this quite long episode, and I hope you appreciated it, and I hope you come back for the next one, because who knows what we're going to talk about, something different. This has been Spencer dispensing information. Ha-ha! Hello, word nerds. Welcome to the dictionary. Yet again, here we go. Let's do this, everybody. Let's do this, everybody. Let's do this. If you want to follow this show on social media, Instagram and Twitter is at dictionarypod. My personal is at speedjampar. If you want to see some short little TikTok videos about this show, then you can go check out my TikTok, which is also at speedjampar. What are some other ways that we can connect and network? Let's see. Email, dictionarypod@gmail.com. Google Voice number, you can leave a message, 917-727-5757. If you want to buy some merchandise, you can do that. There is a TeePublic link in the show notes. You know you want to buy stuff for this show. Please, please, please rate and review this show on Apple Podcasts and all of the other places, because, of course, the algorithms love them so much, and they want to eat up all of your data. Let's see. Share this show with all the people you know. Share this show with all the people you know. And what else? I think there was something else. Oh, Patreon. Of course, can't forget to say Patreon. Please join the Patreon. become a patron. $1 a month gets you early episodes. I think I'm currently like 2 weeks scheduled ahead, which is fantastic. I think I'm recorded at least 3 weeks ahead. I have a little bit of a backlog. Hopefully like 1 to 2 weeks is my minimum of what I want to be ahead with episodes up, scheduled, ready to go, and already posted on Patreon. So if you were a patron for $1 a month, then you would have already heard this before everybody else, and you'd be 2 weeks ahead of everybody else, and that would just make you feel oh so warm and fuzzy inside. All right, I think it is time to talk about the words in this episode, hopefully in a very fun, exciting way. In a very fun and exciting way. The first word is disobey or disobey. Instead of the O in obey, it's just disobey. I like to say disobey. Disobey. D-I-S-O-B-E-Y. Verb from the 14th century. Intransitive is to be disobedient. And transitive is to fail to obey. I'm a little bit confused on the intransitive and the transitive. I guess the intransitive is, it's all about yourself. Are you doing a thing with yourself to yourself? So to be disobedient, you are disobeying. And then, but the transitive is a little confusing. To fail to obey. What would fail to, it's like it's trying to obey, but it doesn't obey, and it just fails completely in its life's purpose of obeying. Disobeyer is a noun. Oh, I was always a person who obeyed everything. I was never a disobeyer. When I was young, if the don't walk sign was flashing, I wouldn't walk. Even if there were no cars around, I wouldn't do it. You couldn't make me. I was a very proper, followed the rules kind of kid. I'm sure I've said that before. I don't know what context it would have come up in, but hey, I'll probably say it again when we get to like street light, stop, walk, one of those words that totally exist. Okay, I need to do a sound effect, which is going to be what? What? The next word is disoblige. D-I-S-O-B-L-I-G-E. Disoblige. It is a transitive verb from 1632. Number 1, to go counter to the wishes of. Somebody's wishing a thing, wishing you to do a thing maybe, but you're like, nah, dude, I'm going to go counter to that. I'm going to do the opposite. I'm going to disoblige you. If I obliged you, I'd be doing your wishes. But nah, that doesn't sound cool to me. I'm gonna disoblige. Number 2. Is the dude? Oh, that's abide. That's a different word. Yeah. Number 2, for disoblige, the synonym is inconvenience. So that it was very inconvenient when you didn't oblige me. That you have just created an inconvenience by disobliging. What? The next word is disodium phosphate. Disodium, next word, phosphate, and both of those F sounds are spelled with PHs. Noun from circa 1928. A sodium phosphate, and then we just have the chemical makeup here, which is Na2HPO4, and that's the whole thing, a sodium phosphate. But there's two. There's two. Well, yeah, the Na. That's sodium. Yeah, sodium, because Cl is chlorine, and then you put them together, and you got the salt. So yeah, there's 2 of the sodium. What? The next word is disomic. D-I-S-O-M-I-C. Disomic. Adjective from 1922. It is having one or more chromosomes present in two copies. What does that mean exactly? There's one or more chromosomes in two copies. So does that mean that in two, it's one or more in each of the two copies? Is this a normal thing? Is this an abnormal thing? What does the example say? It says the disomic state is normal in humans. Oh, it just told me it's normal. So I guess that's what you want. You want one or more chromosome in every two copies? Something like that. I need to learn more about chromosomes. What? The next word is the first form of the word disorder or disorder. First form, transitive verb from the 15th century, number 1, to disturb the order of. The order of what doesn't matter. It's in order, you're disturbing it. You are creating some disorder. Maybe you're disobliging at the same time. Number 2, to disturb the regular or normal functions of. Oh, getting in the way of my normal functions. We have a whole system here that we got to do things. We're flight attendants on a flight, and we got to do this, we got to do that. But if you're disturbing and disorderly person, you're gonna disturb everything. I don't know what I'm saying. What? The next word is the second form of disorder. Noun from 1523. 1. Lack of disorder. Nope, sorry, scratch that. It is lack of order. I was just so used to saying disorder. Lack of order is disorder, as in clothes in disorder. I hate it when my clothes are in disorder. I want them all neatly, mostly organized in their proper drawers and places. And if it's a little disorder is fine, I can handle it, but a lot of people can't. They need everything very perfect, maybe even color coordinated or type coordinated or something. But yeah, if you don't fold them, then they're gonna get all wrinkly, and if you fold things nice, they're gonna fit better in the drawer. Number 2, breach of the peace or public order, as in troubled times marked by social disorders. We need to create some disorder sometime in the society so we can make some change. There was some peace, but we had to maybe disturb the peace a little bit so people would listen to us. 3, an abnormal physical or mental condition, as in, we got 2 examples here, a liver disorder. Maybe you've been drinking too much alcohol. It could be maybe genetic, but also I feel like it's very often that if there's a liver problem, it's from too much alcohol or maybe eaten not so healthy. So you don't want a disordered liver, a liver that has a disorder or anything in your body. Do what you can, if you can, to not have any physical or mental disorders. Of course, we can't really do a lot about much things. Can't really do much about a lot of things. Also is in a personality disorder. Again, maybe to an extent, therapy is going to help, but again, sometimes these things just happen. They're chemical. Maybe you can take medication. It's only going to do so much. You might just have to deal with it. I think we all have some sort of personality disorder on a whole variety of spectrums, which is why they're not disorders, they're just normal, but they're just, some are more than others. The next word, what? Disordered, with an ed at the end, adjective from 1505. Number 1 is obsolete. So we have 1a, morally reprehensible. I reprehend. Can you reprehend? I reprehend your morals. Your morals are not good. They are reprehensible. 1b, also obsolete. The synonym is unruly. 2a, marked by disorder, as in a disordered room. I am marking this room to be a disorder because nobody put their toys away, nobody made their bed, it's all very messy, and it makes me stressed. It's a disordered room. 2b, not functioning in a normal, orderly, healthy way, as in a disordered mind. Meditation would help. If you have a disordered mind and you want to get it back into a more healthy manner, normal, orderly, all those things, try some meditation and see if that'll help. I go back and forth. Sometimes it feels disordered, sometimes it does not. Disorderly is an adverb, and disorderedness is a noun. We all have some level of disorderedness in us, I think. Next, disorderly. First form, adverb from 1560. This is archaic. This adverb form is archaic, and it is in a disorderly manner is disorderly. The second form of disorderly, adjective from 1555. 1. Engaged in conduct offensive to public order, as in charged with being drunk and disorderly. Yeah, I think in that phrase, they use it as an official sort of like legal term or police term. Disorder. Well, we're going to get to that in a second, so hold your pants on. And conduct offensive to public order. So whatever the public thinks is normal order, if you're doing something different than that, you are being disorderly. Alcohol is a big problem. Alcohol is it likes to get in there and mess things up, and it's really good at it. 2. Characterized by disorder, as in a disorderly pile of clothes. If you're putting them in the laundry basket, it's fine if they're disorderly, although I'm sure that there are people who fold their dirty clothes before they even wash them. I definitely don't. So that, for me, that's a fine place to have disorderly clothes, but otherwise, I prefer it when they're relatively neat in their place. Disorderliness is a noun. What? What? Disorderly conduct is next. 2 words, noun from 1786. Yeah, this is the thing I was going to say where, the police can charge you with disorderly conduct if you are doing things disorderly. It is a petty offense, chiefly against public order and decency, that falls short of an indictable misdemeanor. No, that's indictable. It's not indictable. It's indictable. So it's not quite a misdemeanor where you could be indicted, but it's not great. You might get arrested and you might have to, post a bail of some kind, some amount of money. And so you'd rather not do this. Don't do any disorderly conduct. I think it's pretty safe to say that I have not. I'm pretty sure. What? Next is disorderly house. 2 words, noun from 1749. This is interesting. I have not heard this before. The etymology does say that this is a euphemism, and so I don't think this is what it's normally called, but the synonym is bordello. Bordello. Dello. So, that's essentially where some adult things are happening. That's probably just a real fine way to say that. That's why some people would call it a disorderly house, because it's a house or a building where things are happening, and some people might call it disorderly. They are disordered, not quote-unquote normal. That's why it's a euphemism. Go back to the bees if you want to hear me talk about bordello. What? The next word is disorganize. Transitive verb from 1793, to destroy or interrupt the orderly structure or function of. And disorganization is a noun. To destroy the orderly structure or function of. I just think that's funny if you were thinking about your house and it's disorganized and things aren't where they should be. The fact that the word destroy is in there, I like that. Let's see. Well, the next word is related. What? Disorganized. We just added a D at the end. Adjective from 1801. Lacking coherence, system, or central guiding agency. Also, just not organized. As in, disorganized work habits. Those are very bad work habits. How can you even have work habits that are disorganized? I feel like if it's a habit, it's not disorganized. I'm sure it's possible, but that just seems kind of weird. So there's no coherence, there's no system, there's no central guiding agency. Just in general, it's just not organized. I have a hard time when things are not organized. I think I get that from my mom because she is a professional organizer and has always been very organized and clean in our house, and so I think I sort of got some of that. Not that I'm so, I wouldn't really call myself OCD anymore. I definitely know people who are way more OCD or organized than me, but, I have my messes, but I'm overall pretty organized. Also, just like with the work that I do with this podcast and the video work, I love to keep everything organized in its proper place, because if it's not, then you just can't work. You can't do it. You would not believe how organized I am with this show. Every episode has its own folder, and I have a clear numbering, naming system, and it's just so beautiful. It is the opposite of disorganized. It's undisorganized. What? The next word is disorient. Transitive verb from 1655, 1a, to cause to lose bearings. Also, displace from normal position or relationship. 1b, to cause to lose the sense of time, place, or identity. And then number 2, the synonym is confuse. So it's all about somebody or something disorienting something else. So making them get lost, lose their bearings, sense of time or place or identity. Yeah, there's a lot there. Luckily, I don't think I've ever been so disoriented that I don't know my identity anymore. But, I hope to someday. That might be kind of fun. Time, yeah, I've lost my sense of time to a small extent, but nothing so much that I would call it disoriented. Place, yeah, I think the only time is maybe if you're wake up in a hotel room or an Airbnb, wake up in the middle of the night or in the morning, and you're like, where the hell am I? Oh, yeah. For a second, you get disoriented. Now, the etymology obviously is from dis plus orient. But so, I feel like we have to have a short little discussion about this. This is not in any way related to the people who live in what we call the east of the world, which that's not a word that we use to describe them anymore. That is a disparaging word. The word is oriental. And I never really thought about where that word came from. And the only thing I can think about is that, was it something about orienting their ships in a direction, and that's where I don't know. I'm curious to see if, it's probably in this book. Whether or not it's going to have much of an etymology, I don't know. But I just thought about that. I saw the word, and I thought, it has nothing to do with those that area of the world. And I did want to very specifically say that is not a word that we use to describe them anymore. And then I thought, where did that word come from? So yes, this is just about being confused and not really knowing where you are, what's your place in the world. Yeah. The next word. What? Disorientate. Disorientate. It is a transitive verb from circa 1704, and the synonym is disorient. So you can, well, it's the same thing. I mean, it doesn't say that it's like old or archaic or anything like that, but yeah, you just use disorient if you were going to disorient something instead of disorientate. Disorientation is a noun. At the beginning of college, you got to go to disorientation so they can teach you how to tell you how to not do things correctly at school and not where to go. What? The next word is disown. D-I-S-O-W-N. Transitive verb from 1630. 1. To refuse to acknowledge as one's own. So it is your own, but you say, no, it's not my own. Or maybe somebody else is claiming that it's yours, but you say, no, it's not. I think we often see this with family members. I disown you. You're not mine anymore. I don't want to be part of your family, your pod. I disown you. 2a. To repudiate any connection or identification with. You have a connection or identification with a thing, but then it got to a point where you don't want to be connected to that thing anymore, and so you disown it. 2b. To deny the validity or authority of. You have no authority or validity over me or anything else, and so I disown that. Disownment is a noun. Wait, what? The next word is D-I-S-P, disp, abbreviation for dispensary. I don't work at a dispensary, but you think that I should. You would think that I should and would. And when are we going to get to that? Where is that? D-I-S-P-E-N. Oh, here. It's at the it's in the next episode. Yes, that's going to be a good place to talk about some things because, I'm here dispensing information and dispense is in that word, that episode. Man, I do that a lot. I replace word and episode, and I'm very, very sorry. The next word. What? Disparage. Disparage. D-I-S-P-A-R-A-G-E. Transitive verb from the 14th century. Number 1. To lower in rank or reputation. The synonym is degrade. Degrade. So if you have a grade, a rank, you're being lowered to another one. And I guess that's disparage. I'm curious to see what the etymology says. 2. To depreciate by indirect means as invidious comparison, and then also speak slightingly about. Okay, so I feel like there was a lot here. To depreciate by indirect means. So you are somehow making the value of a thing less. I think that's the simple way to say it. And you're doing that as invidious comparison. I don't know what that means. Comparing it to something else, but in an invidious way? Don't know that word. And then also speak slightingly about. That is the other part to that definition. So you're not talking so highly about a thing. You're disparaging it. A synonym is decry. I think that's how you pronounce it instead of decree. Yeah, decry. Disparagement is a noun. Disparager is a noun. Disparaging is an adjective, and disparagingly is an adverb. Okay, so this is Middle English, and there it says it means to degrade by marriage below one's class. and then also disparage. So to degrade by marriage. So I guess that means to degrade by marriage below one's class, I think probably means that if you marry somebody below your class, people would look at you, you're degrading your social status. This is from the Anglo-French disparager. Disparager. That means to marry below one's class. Okay. This is from dis plus perage, which means equality or lineage. And then it is also from per, P-E-R, which means peer. So, okay, so perage, P-A-R-A-G-E, is equality and lineage because you're equal, maybe your peers, you're on equal footing, and then, or maybe you're marrying somebody who is equal to you in some way, like in your same class. But then if you add the dis prefix or des, then that's when you're marrying somebody that's not equal to you, probably below your class. So that's what the etymology is. So yeah, the number one definition said to lower in rank or reputation. So if you marry below your class, then you are lowering your class. But of course, it could be other things too. It doesn't have to be about marriage. Yeah, very interesting. I never knew that about that word. Disparaging. Yeah, the way that I think of it usually is all about speaking slightingly about a thing, talking it down. Okay, we have one more word for this episode. What? Disparate or disparate. Disparate. D-I-S-P-A-R-A-T-E. Adjective from the 15th century. 1. Containing or made up of fundamentally different and often incongruous elements. It's got a lot of things that are different from each other, so it is disparate. Number 2, markedly distinct in quality or character. Distinct from what? Just from anything else? Distinct. Yeah, if it's just, that thing is so different in its character, that person is so different, they are disparate from everybody else in their peer group. And yeah, actually, I believe that this would probably, it doesn't say that it is. That's interesting. I was going to assume that it would be related to the previous word, disparage, because there was the parage word, which means equality or lineage or peer. And so I thought that could be related, but it is not. The synonym for disparate is different. Yeah, that's a much simpler way for a lot of us dummies to say that. I'd say different instead of disparate. Disparately is an adverb. Disparateness is a noun, and disparity is a noun. That one probably gets used more than all these other ones. Disparity. Let's see. So what the etymology actually says is this is from the Latin verb disparare, which means to separate, from dis plus parare, which means to prepare, and there's more at the word pare, P-A-R-E. So that parare part, which means to prepare, makes less sense to me than using parage, which means equality. How to prepare is exactly connected to what we think of these days as disparate or disparate. I'm not sure, but yeah, it's basically just all about something that's different. All right. Yes, we now have to talk about the words that we read. So today we had disobey, disoblige, disodium phosphate, disomic, disorder, disordered, disorderly, disorderly conduct, disorderly house, disorganize, disorganized, disorient, disorientate, disown, disparage, and disparate. I am going to pick disorganized as the word of the episode. My mom's professional organizing business, it's called Clear Your Space, Clear Your Mind. Because it's the idea of when you are organized and you don't have so much clutter, it actually helps you mentally. Uh, um, let's see, where maybe you will not have a disorder of the mind, a personality disorder, a mental disorder, maybe something like that will be minimized if you can get your physical place all in order. So I hope that this is the kick in the butt that you need to get your stuff all clean and organized and nice and happy and friendly and all that good stuff. Because I think it's true. If you're all organized, if your physical space is nice and clean, then it will definitely help your brain, I think. Yeah. Go get... Oh, wait, no. I was going to say go get disorganized. No, I don't want you to get disorganized. If you're disorganized, I want you to get organized. Listen to me, Spencer, and get organized. It's not so good to be disorganized. Please don't do it. Yeah. All right. That is the end of the episode. I very much appreciate you for listening. Please tell your friends, tell your family, tell your foes, tell all the people about this shows. That is going to be the end. Thank you very much for listening. And until next time, this is Spencer dispensing information. Wah, wah, wah. Hello, word nerds. Welcome to the dictionary. I am currently on TikTok looking like a fuzzy, wuzzy, beautiful, cute bear. The first word in this episode. Why is it not recognizing that my mouth is moving? Oh, well, that's okay. The first word is dispart. Dispart. Verb from 1590. It is archaic, and the synonyms are separate and divide. And that's going to be the end of this TikTok video with barely any mouth movement whatsoever. You can just look at a cute panda. That's what it is. Hello, people. Wah! All right, stop that. The etymology for dispart is from the Latin verb, Italian dispartire, which is from the Latin dis plus partire, which means to divide. So making a thing into parts, dividing it, separating, divide. That's what dispart means, or it used to mean, because it is archaic and we don't say it anymore. Okay, I have to do a sound effect, which maybe we'll do like a... The next word in this episode, which is the top of page 361, by the way, if you care, if you're keeping track. This is dispassion. Noun from 1692. Absence of passion. No passion whatsoever. It has gone away to all the other places. We miss the passion so much. The synonym is coolness. If you are so cool, you're not passionate. You're more cool and even-keeled, opposed to passionate, which is a lot of like ups and downs. You feel really strongly emotionally about things, or something like that. The next word is dispassionate. Adjective from 1594. So if you have lots of coolness, if you're real cool, you are dispassionate. It is not influenced by strong feeling, especially not affected by personal or emotional involvement, as in a dispassionate critic, also as in a dispassionate approach to an issue. So let's see, a dispassionate critic would be, they're not affected by personal or emotional involvement, so they don't really care one way or the other about the thing that they are criticizing. Maybe it's a movie critic. They don't really care about the feelings of the people who made the movie that they're talking about, and so they're going to be, their words are going to be very strong, either positively or negatively. It could be either. I'm not that. If I'm writing a thing about a movie, I definitely do think about the emotions of the person. I try not to be too hard on them. I don't really usually have hard things to say anyway, but, You don't have to be an ass. And then a dispassionate approach to an issue is the other example. So you got a thing that you got to take care of, but you're not emotionally involved. You're just taking care of it very logically, and here are the facts and the rules, something like that. Yeah, just in general, not influenced by strong feelings. Depending on the context, I can definitely be dispassionate. But I'm human. I get emotionally involved just like most people, although in movies, I don't usually cry. Last night, we saw a movie, yesterday afternoon, A Man Called Otto, and I for sure teared up at the end of it. One or two places in the middle, too. It's a very sweet movie, and, the happy things get me, and there were some happy things that got me. There's also a cat. The synonym for dispassionate is the word fair, F-A-I-R. Like, you're very fair. You're by the book, by the rules. This is very all logical. Yeah. Dispassionately is an adverb, and dispassionateness is a noun. The next word is the first form of dispatch. And in this case, you emphasize the second syllable, dispatch. Verb from 1517 starting with transitive. 1. To send off or away with promptness or speed. Especially to send off on official business. Maybe it sounds like phew, phew, phew. Send off or away. Quickly, quickly, let's send it off. We need to get it away. On official business. Cops get dispatched, hopefully with promptness and speed. And yes, it is definitely on official business. They got some stuff they got to take care of. Hopefully they're properly trained and they're not dealing with somebody who has mental health issues. Otherwise, maybe they should get a psychiatrist, psychologist, therapist or something instead. 2A. To kill with quick efficiency. You have dispatched them. People hired to kill will dispatch their what do you call it when their thing the words are escaping my brain. The person that they're trying to kill has been dispatched. To be. This is obsolete. The synonym is deprive. I am deprived of the stuff that I need, so it has been dispatched away from my life. I guess that's how you're supposed to think of it. 3. To dispose of, as a task, rapidly or efficiently. I got a thing to do, let's do it quickly and efficiently. I got to do the dishes every morning, maybe when I get home from work, possibly some before I go to bed. Let's do it. I don't want to spend a lot of time doing this, but I want to do a good job and efficient. I want to be efficient at it. Quickly, quickly, let's do the dishes. Dispatch the dishes into the dishwasher, which doesn't work, and it's just there to dry the dishes. Number 4 is the number 3 definition for the word defeat. If you have killed somebody, if you have dispatched them, then you dispatched them, you defeated them. I don't know what the number 3 definition says, though. Intransitive, there's just one. It is archaic, and it is to make haste. And the synonym is hurry. Hurry, hurry. So if you are doing this to yourself, you are making yourself quick. Then you're dispatching yourself. But yeah, this is archaic. We don't use it in this way anymore. A synonym is the word kill. So you've killed the thing, the person. You have killed the task, the dishes. Killed, what else have you killed? I don't know. That's it. Dispatcher is a noun. The etymology says this is from despachar, or the Italian dispacciare, from the Occitan despachar, which is to get rid of, from the Middle French despachère, which means to set free, from Old French dis plus pachier, which is like enpeciare, which means to ensnare, and there's more at the word impeach. So what were the English words that we understand here? Get rid of, set free, ensnare. Yeah, these are all things pretty much, except for ensnare. To get rid of and to set free, yeah, that makes sense for dispatching. But then we got ensnaring and impeaching. That's a little bit weird for my brain to comprehend in terms of dispatch. Moving on. The second form of dispatch, and you can say dispatch or dispatch. Noun from 1537, 1a. A message sent with speed, especially an important official message sent by a diplomatic, military, or naval officer. They dispatched the dispatch with great speed, and it is all on official business. Number 1b, a news item filed by a correspondent. So I guess if you write a little news article and then you file it to be put in the show, in the news show, in the newspaper, whatever it is, that is your dispatch. Number 2, the act of dispatching. As to A, which is obsolete, the synonym is dismissal. To B, the act of killing. That is a dispatch. You dispatch the dispatch, you dispatch them. To C1, prompt settlement as of an item of business. So you took care of that item of business very quickly, promptly. To C2, quick riddance. So you're getting rid of the thing. Whatever it is, you take care of it in some way, but it's often quickly. That's the whole thing about all of this. You take care of a thing, and it's often quick and efficient. I mean, you could probably be slow too, but it seems like this word connotes the idea of quickness. I like to be quick and efficient. 2D. I guess I should just read this whole thing just super fast. Super fast. No, we won't do that. 2D, a sending off, and the synonym is shipment. I got a package, I got to take it to the place. Hopefully, they can ship it right away so it can get to the other people on the other side. Dispatch it away. Bye-bye, dispatch. 3, promptness and efficiency in performance or transmission, as in, done with dispatch. A synonym for the whole thing is the word haste. I have haste to get a thing done. Okay, moving on again. That's what we do. When we're done, we move on. Dispatch case, 2 words, noun from circa 1918. A case for carrying papers. And maybe these papers are filled with dispatches. Maybe you're a naval officer, a military officer, a diplomatic officer, and you have dispatches that need to be dispatched to people all over the world. Or maybe, what else? Maybe they have things written on them that say, go kill this person. So that could be a dispatch to a killer. A news item filed by a correspondent. You're a correspondent, and you got all your dispatches in your case, and you're going to file them away so they can be corresponded to everybody out there in the world. The next word is dispel. Did you hear my jaw crack there? I assume that got picked up by the mic. Dispel is a transitive verb from the 15th century. To drive away by or as if by scattering. The synonym is dissipate. As in, dispel a rumor. The rumor's not true. I don't like it that people think this rumor is true. So let's drive it away into the ethers, into little pieces, and let's dissipate it so nobody believes this rumor anymore, because it is not true. The synonym is the word scatter. I don't know why they didn't put it with the word dissipate. You could have said dissipate, comma, scatter. No, you had to put scatter separately for some reason. This is from the Middle English from the Latin despellere, which is from dis plus pillere, which means to drive or beat. So you're beating down the rumor, you're beating down the thing that needs to be driven away and dissipated. There's more at the word felt, F-E-L-T. Not entirely sure how or why. I felt it. Next. Dispensable. Adjective from 1649, capable of being dispensed with. Capable of being dispensed with. Dispensability is a noun. I don't understand why there's the word with at the end. I would think that a thing that is dispensable is capable of being dispensed. But why with? With what? Dispensable, dispensed with? Dispensed with something else? That's a thinker. I'm not going to think too hard. Okay, here, we've already started my favorite section of this episode. If you couldn't tell because of my name, maybe I didn't say my name at the top of this. I'm Spencer. If you're new to this show, now you know my name. Oh no, you know my name. That's a problem. Okay, let's move on to the next word. Dispensary. D-I-S-P-E-N-S-A-R-Y. Did I just get louder somehow? I feel like I did. Dispensary is a noun from 1699. A place where medicine or medical or dental treatment is dispensed. You gotta send it out, give it out to the people who need the medicine or the treatment. And of course, these days, we don't call medical offices or dental offices or things like that, we don't call them dispensaries. But what we do call dispensaries are places where you can get cannabis products. I am trying to think if there's anything else other than cannabis products that you could go to in this world that is called a dispensary. I don't know why. Why did that get the word dispensary of all things? I mean, there are lots of things that could have been called dispensaries, but for some reason, when they started making places to buy cannabis products, they were like, we're going to use the word dispensary now. Is there? I wonder what happened there. I mean, you don't call a bar a dispensary, but they are dispensing alcoholic products. Yeah, that just got bar. So we're like, what do we call a place to buy cannabis things? A dispensary. We're dispensing them. Could there be another word? Is there another word that I can't think of? Maybe we should come up with another one. This word is fine. There's no problem with it. I just hadn't thought about it. The next word. Choo-choo-choo. Dispensation. Dispensation, noun from the 14th century, 1a, a general state or ordering of things. The state of things or the order of things. That's their dispensation. They have been dispensed into a certain way. But we have specifically a system of revealed commands and promises regulating human affairs. Revealed commands and promises regulating human affairs. I'm not entirely sure what that means. So we're going to move on to 1b, a particular arrangement or provision, especially of providence or nature. Arrangement or provision of providence or nature. Again, I'm not sure if I fully understand this. Maybe it's not that complicated. My brain is, I'm real good with literal things and not things, I don't know. Not that this isn't literal, but I'm not entirely sure what context we're talking about. I think that's the problem. 2a, an exemption from a law or from an impediment, vow, or oath. Exemption from a law. Yeah, so this is maybe more in the legal world, which I don't fully understand because I didn't study it. Dispensation. So you are exempt from a law because of the dispensation is the exemption from the law or from an impediment, vow, or oath. So I guess that just means that you are exempt. You don't have to worry about this law, impediment, vow, or oath. I guess. 2B, a formal authorization. It's like it's been dispensed. It's a formal authorization. Yeah, I understand these words, but I don't fully understand how you would use the word dispensation in these contexts. Just because it's just a world I'm not familiar with, so I can't really add anything else to it. 3A, the act of dispensing is a dispensation. You go to your local dispensary if you live in a state where it is legal, which is most of the states in some form, and you're like, hey, I would like some of this cannabis product, please. And then they give it to you, and that has been a dispensation. And you give them money. You have to give them money. 3B, something dispensed or distributed. Going to distribute it out all over to the places and the people, and it has been dispensed. It is a dispensation. Dispensational? I think that's the word, dispensational. That's an adjective. That's sensational. That's dispensational. I got no etymology because I think it's all pretty clear. And when we get to the word dispense, we will get more etymology, or the first etymology for this section of words. The next word is dispensatory. Dispensatory. Noun from 1566, a medicinal formulary is a dispensatory. So I guess, this is obviously not a word that we see really anymore, I don't think. So I guess when you put together all the medicines to make the concoction that the sick person is supposed to take, I'm guessing here, and then all of those things together would be the dispensatory, because then you are going to dispense it to the person who is sick. I think that is right. A medicinal formulary. It's a formula of medicines, or a formula of things to create a medicine. The next word is dispense. DISPENSE. And I do have to call out the S there at the end because my name is spelled with a C at the end, which I've always had to call people out on because they don't know, is it spelled with an S or a C? But I guess the most proper way would have been to spell it with an S. Should I change my name? Should I do that? No, I don't think I'll do that. It just changed over time, I guess. So here we go with the word dispense. It is it a verb or, it's a yes, it's a verb. It's a verb, people. From the 14th century, 1A, to deal out in portions. When we're playing cards and I'm the dealer, I'm going to be dispensing the cards to you. 1 card for you, 1 card for you, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3. You all get a card in pieces. 1B. This synonym is the word administer, as in dispense justice. I'm going to go out there and dispense the justice. Administer it to the people who need it. I am the dispenser. Number 2, to give dispensation to. The synonym is the word exempt. So then, if we go back to the word dispensation, There was that whole thing about the exemption from a law or from an impediment, vow, or oath. And so, yeah, I guess this would be used in the legal world. I'm going to give dispensation to. So now if I ever hear that word, I'm going to think of the word exempt. That means they are exempt from whatever it is. 3, to prepare and distribute. And the thing that you are preparing and then distributing is medication. What sort of medication could it be? Lots of things. If you go to a dispensary, then the medication is going to be the cannabis product of some kind. Lots of kinds. There's so many different kinds. They got to prepare them and then distribute them. Here we go with intransitive. There's only one, which is archaic, and it is to grant dispensation. So I think that would be the exemption. Granting dispensation, granting an exemption. A synonym for all is the word distribute. Yep, that's the whole idea of this thing. Distributing the things out to the places and the people and the animals and the plants. I don't know, whatever. Dispense with. Well, there's a phrase, dispense with. There's a couple definitions. Number 1, to set aside. The synonym is discard. So yeah, if you're literally playing cards and you don't need the thing, you're setting it aside, you're discarding it into the discard pile, you're dispensing with. I'm going to dispense with this card because I don't need it anymore. It's not helpful to me. There's an example, though. Dispensing with the usual introduction. Dispensing with the... So I guess, does that mean that you're quickly getting through the usual introduction, or you're skipping the usual introduction? We're going to just set this introduction aside. We don't need to do it today. We're going to skip it. Number 2, to do without, as in, could dispense with such a large staff. We don't need this large staff. It's a waste of money. I mean, yes, people need jobs, but we don't need to do... They're just sitting around. What are they doing? They're not doing nothing. Let's dispense with them. Yeah, so dispense with is basically the idea of just not needing a thing, getting rid of a thing because you don't need it. That's the sound of the cards being thrown across the poker table with such speed. Dispenser is next. It's just dispense with an R. Noun from the 14th century. One that dispenses. This is me. I'm dispensing this information to you. As, one that dispenses as a container that extrudes, sprays, or feeds out in convenient units. What sort of container is this? It feeds out things in convenient units. Maybe a vending machine could be a dispenser because it's going to feed you things. So many things. Maybe a spray bottle would be a dispenser. You pull the trigger and it's going to spray out the liquid. Maybe that Play-Doh thing that when you put the Play-Doh inside of it and then you put the little attachment, the star attachment, and you press the lever down, it's going to extrude the Play-Doh to make a star shape, and then it is a dispenser of Play-Doh. B, so we had A for one that dispenses, here's B, a usually mechanical device for vending merchandise. Yes, a vending machine is a dispenser. There's one more word for this episode. Dispeople. Dispeople. It's the word people, like all the people in the world, but with the word dis, or the letters D-I-S at the beginning. Transitive verb from the 15th century. The synonym is dispopulate. So I guess if you're getting rid of... Well, now, I do kind of remember reading dispopulate, and it wasn't quite what I thought of. let's do a quick little check for dispopulate, because I would think that it would be like getting rid of people or something, right? Let's see, dispopulate. Oh, yes, it is to reduce greatly the population of. So if you are greatly getting rid of the people, you're dispeopling. That's a funny word. It doesn't say if it's archaic or obsolete or anything, so you can still use this word. There's too many people here. Let's dispeople this place. Okay, so I need to now quickly reread the words we had. Dispart, dispassion, dispassionate, dispatch, dispatch, dispatch case, dispel, dispensable, dispensary, dispensation, dispensatory, dispense, dispenser, and dispeople. I got to dispatch the people, and so I don't know. Is there some connection we can make with that? If there's too many people over here, let's dispeople it, and then dispense the people to these other places. Well, I think I just have to pick probably dispenser or dispense. Maybe dispenser as the word of the episode, because I have been a dispenser for the last, well, actually, I think I just hit my 4-year anniversary earlier in January. So hey, happy 4th anniversary for this podcast of me dispensing information, me being a dispenser because I'm a dispenser. So yeah, dispenser is the word of the episode. I remember first learning the etymology, like what does your name mean kind of thing, and it was literally something like a dispenser of goods and services. I think that's just about what it said. So I thought that I should let's look it up. What does Wikipedia say about my name? Let's see. Let's just get down to it. It is to disperse, administer, and distribute. So, so probably somebody who worked in a dispensary, who ran the dispensary of medical or dental treatment would have been a dispenser. So yeah, dispersing things, administering things, maybe it's the medicine, distributing it. And it was typically used as a last name because that's how things worked. Like the shoe cobbler, they had a last name, and the smiths, the blacksmiths, they got the name Smith. It was always a last name. But then eventually it became to be a first name as well. Here another shorter, the meaning is dispenser of provisions. And so that's what I am. I'm a dispenser of the provisions to the people. The information in this book that's me. Was any of that English? I don't know. Something that I realized, which I'm seeing listed here, is that this is a unisex name. It's given to boys and girls or anybody, and I think it's pretty rare to find a girl named Spencer, but it definitely does happen. Let's see. It gives some pretty specific information, but yeah, I was like, oh, I didn't know my name could be for a boy or girl. Any name can be for a boy or girl. It really doesn't matter. Whatever name you like, just do that. We don't need to submit to these genderized things. So that means I need to sing a song about dispenser. I am dispenser, I am dispenser, who is dispensing the things in this book, this podcast, this dictionary podcast. I am a dispenser. My singing is a little bit weird because I'm not going full volume or anything like that. I'm not in front of a big old audience. I'm just sitting on my bed. Sitting on my bed, reading the book. I don't know where this is going. I need to end this episode. But before I do that, I will tell you some movies that I have been watching recently. The dictionary part of this episode is done, and you can turn me off unless you want to hear me talk about some movies. I don't remember. I think I may have mentioned Bros. That's great. So it's been a few days since I've recorded. So we saw The Whale. That's a very intense movie with some fantastic acting. Skinamarink is a very different, kind of creepy movie. Yeah. If you watch this, let me know what you think. I found it fascinating. My one criticism, I guess, would be it didn't have to be a feature-length movie, but I thought it was a very interesting experiment. And yeah, check it out. Read the trivia. A Man Called Otto. I said we saw this yesterday. I teared up. It's a very, very, very sweet movie. I think it's worth watching. It's not overly sweet. There's some good stuff in there, some good substance. Then we watched History of the World Part 1. We watched that last night because finally, after 42 years, we're finally getting History of the World Part 2, which is... it's going to be a 4-part thing on Hulu, I think, in March. And so, History of the World Part 1, it came out in 1981. And so there are definitely some things that have not aged particularly well. And the sense of humor back then was a little bit different from the sense of humor now. There's a lot of current references in the early 80s that people may not fully get or understand or care about these days. But, it's a very silly movie making fun of things in history. And so Nick Kroll and other people have taken the helm from Mel Brooks. I think he's still a producer, but he sort of is passing the torch for people to create part 2. I saw a trailer for it, and it just looks very silly and funny, and an amazing, amazing cast. So I can't wait to watch that, and I think you should too. And today we're going to go watch a movie because we're off for Martin Luther King Day, and I'm very excited about that. But I'll talk about that movie in a future episode. This has been a very long episode. I do appreciate you sticking with me and listening to this, and please, please, please go share this show with the people that you know. Share this show with the people that you know. This has been Spencer dispensing information. Goodbye. Hello, word nerds. How are you doing today? I'm very glad that you are here. My name is Spencer. This is the podcast called The Dictionary. And somehow you found it and turned it on, and I think that is just so wonderful. Hello. Okay, let's talk about the words. The first word in this episode is dispersal. Dispersal. Noun from 1821. The act or result of dispersing, especially the process or result of the spreading of organisms from one place to another. So this is probably something like when a plant shoots out all of its spores and seeds or whatever. They don't have spores, that's fungi. Same idea. They shoot out these little things, they go hovering on the wind, and it's a dispersal of seeds or spores or pollen or whatever it is. Things in the water do this too. The eggs, the little creatures, they go flying all around in the water and the air, and it is a dispersal. That's good. Oh, we got to do a sound effect. We'll do... The next word is dispersant. Noun from 1941. A dispersing agent, especially a substance for promoting the formation and stabilization of a dispersion for one substance in another. And dispersant is also an adjective. So it is the thing, I guess, that is doing the dispersing, or maybe it's the thing that makes the dispersing happen. But this especially part is a little confusing. Substance for promoting the formation and stabilization of a dispersion of one substance in another. I'm not sure what exactly we are talking about here. Something about one thing in another. Yeah, I don't know where this gets used exactly. If I'm able to, I'll find some information and put it in the show notes. The next word is disperse. Verb from the 14th century starting with transitive. Disperse. Okay, 1A. To cause to break up, as in police dispersed the crowd. They made the crowd break up because maybe what were they doing? They were probably nonviolent. Hopefully they were nonviolent, but the police thought that they should be dispersed anyway. A protest, a riot, whatever it is. They were like, nope, sorry, you can't be here anymore. We have to disperse you. Like pollen on the wind. 1B, to cause to become spread widely. So that's not breaking up a thing into its smaller pieces, but it is about spreading it widely. Let's see, disperse, to cause to become spread widely. So again, this is the transitive, so this is something making something else spread over a large amount of land or something. 1C, to cause to evaporate or vanish, as in sunlight dispersing the mist. The mist was there, the sunlight came, and then it heated it up, and so the mist went, okay, it's time for us to disperse and go home and go bye-bye. Evaporate or vanish. 2, to spread or distribute from a fixed or constant source. As to A, which is archaic, the synonym is disseminate. 2B, to subject to dispersion, and the thing that you are dispersing here would be light. To subject light to dispersion. 2C, to distribute as fine particles more or less evenly throughout a medium. And the medium here would be like water or air. More than likely, there could be other things, but those are probably the first two options. And so what number 2 had A, B, and C. The main definition for all of those was to spread or distribute from a fixed or constant source. So there is this source that this stuff, whatever it is that's going to be dispersed, it is in this thing. It could be light emitting from a thing, or maybe it's all together in one place. And then as you disperse it, you are spreading it or distributing it in these various ways or various mediums or whatever these things are. Subject to dispersion, distribute things like fine particles evenly throughout a medium. Okay, you got it. Here is intransitive number 1, to break up in random fashion, as in the crowd dispersed on request. Oh, that was so nice. Somebody said, "Excuse me, pardon me, can you please disperse?" And they said, "Yes, we can." 2A, to become dispersed. We have become dispersed. We have been spread evenly throughout the pool, and we are playing Marco Polo. 2B, the synonyms are dissipate and vanish, as in the fog dispersed toward morning. That seems like that should be a quote. The fog dispersed toward morning. As it got closer to morning, the fog gradually dispersed into tiny little particles until you could no longer see it. A synonym for everything is the word scatter. Dispersedly or dispersedly is an adverb. Disperser is a noun, and dispersible is an adjective. This is from the Latin verb dispergere, which means to scatter, plus, it is from dis plus spargere, which also means to scatter. Here we go again with the prefix not doing anything. There is more at the word spark. So I wonder if you spark a thing, it might create little burnt particles that fly out in all directions or many directions. Is that kind of where the word spark came from? Because all those things were scattered? That is very fascinating to me. Okay. So I think that's all I got for disperse. I I'm realizing, I'm going to be a little transparent with you, like I like to be. I'm realizing I have spent a lot more time explaining words and definitions than trying to be silly and make jokes, and I'm trying to find a good balance of all that. I don't know what you prefer. I just sort of say whatever comes to mind, so let's just see what happens. But I do want to be goofier for my own sake and maybe for yours as well, but I also want to be educational, so let's find a happy medium. At least we get those silly sound effects. The next word is dispersion or dispersion with a more hard SH sound. Jin, dispersion. Noun from the 14th century. We have, starting with number 1, this would be capitalized. Dispersion would be capitalized. And it is the 1A definition for the word diaspora or diaspora, or however you want to say that word. From what I remember, that was about people going from one place to another place. That's the very basic definition. And so, that's a dispersion. They've been dispersed from their homeland and then dispersed into many other places, probably. So, yeah, that makes sense. Oh, good. Number 2, for dispersion, the act or process of dispersing, also the state of being dispersed. When you take a, the dandelion, when it's turned into its like cottony, fuzzy thing, and you blow on it and they all fly into the air on the wind, and they are they're doing a dispersion. They're in a dispersion. They have been dispersed. 3, the scattering of the values of a frequency distribution from an average. So let's see. So there's an average, so maybe most of these frequencies are in one area, but then there's some higher frequencies and some lower frequencies. And so there's a dispersion of frequencies. I wonder, I guess this must be audio. If we're talking about frequency, it more than likely is talking about audio. Could be other things, but I guess, yeah, I mean, if you take somebody's voice or the sound of a musical instrument or just the sound in a room, there are so many sounds and frequencies going on that I guess dispersion, there's a dispersion of frequencies throughout this thing. It's a common enough thing in audio that you would need this term. Yeah. That's that. Number 4, the separation of light into colors by refraction or diffraction with formation of a spectrum, and then also the separation of radiation into components in accordance with some varying characteristic as energy. So let's see, the separation of light into colors. Yes, if you shine a light into like a prism or something like that, it's going to get broken apart into its various colors and then create the spectrum of the rainbow. Roy G. Biv, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. So that is a dispersion of light. But then there's also the separation of radiation. Now, I don't know so much about that. So that's another thing that can be dispersed into a dispersion. 5A, a dispersed substance. Any substance that has been dispersed is a dispersion. 5B, a system consisting of a dispersed substance and the medium in which it is dispersed. There are so many S sounds here. So the whole system of the substance that has been dispersed plus the thing that it is in of the water or air, that is called the dispersion. And there is an example, which is the 2B definition for the word colloid. Colloid. I don't remember what that is. I don't remember. Let's see. We'll just do a quick little check just so we can give you some context. If you want to go back and listen to the whole thing, you are more than welcome to. You just have to go find which episode it is, and there are many, many, many of those to look at. Wow, there's a lot of C-O-Ns. Okay, we're just looking for C-O-L-L. That's all I want in life is to find that. Okay, we're getting close. C-O-L-L-O-I-D. A gelatinous or mucinous substance. Yeah, some things like that. It's a colloid of things. Things have been combined into a thing. It's a medium and the dispersed stuff inside of it. That is it for dispersion. Next is dispersive or dispersive. Adjective from 1677, one of or relating to dispersion, as in a dispersive medium. So that would be the thing that something has been dispersed into. So a dispersive medium, water, air, again, those are the examples. And then a thing has been dispersed into it, and so the medium is dispersive. Also as in the dispersive power of a lens. So let's see, what sort of lens? I mean, would you call a prism a lens? The lens of a camera or your eye or anything like that is going to take the light and, well, usually it focuses it into one place, but if it's the opposite, I guess it could split things up. I guess that's what I'm a little confused of. I can't really think of any examples of lenses that will break apart things like light. That is interesting. I'm sure it exists, but I can't think of it. Number 2, for dispersive, tending to disperse. So if a thing just tends to disperse the pollen of a flower, it is dispersive pollen, I guess. Dispersively is an adverb, and dispersiveness is a noun. How much dispersiveness does that pollen have? So much dispersiveness. The next word is dispersoid. Dispersoid. I don't know why, but I think OID at the end of words is very odd and silly, and usually what they mean is also, I don't know, there's just something funny about these words. Dispersoid. Noun from 1911, finely divided particles of one substance dispersed in another. So some stuff has been dispersed into another thing, and I guess those dispersed particles are the dispersoid. Yeah, of one substance dispersed in another. Or is it the whole thing? The medium and the dispersed particles are the dispersoid? It's hard to say that word. I don't know. Let's move on. Dispirit. So it's the word spirit with a D-I at the beginning. This is a little different than many of these other D-I-S words we've had. Dispirit. It is a transitive verb from 1647. I am realizing by the etymology, though, it is not different than these other DIS words that we've had. The only reason why it looks different is because they didn't want to spell it with two S's. So it would have been D-I-S-S-P-I-R-I-T, but they didn't want the second S, and so it is still dis plus spirit. I'm just telling you that ahead of time. So it is to deprive of morale or enthusiasm. Dispirited is an adjective, dispiritedly is an adverb, and dispiritedness is a noun. So you're removing the morale or the enthusiasm. Maybe all the people are just so excited for something. They have so much spirit over this event that's coming up. Maybe it's a kid's birthday. They're so excited to have their birthday party, and then you say, no, I'm sorry, no birthday party for you. You've been bad. And then you have deprived them of their enthusiasm. You've dispirited them. That's so mean. The next word. Dispiteous. 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 Adjective from 1803. This is archaic, and the synonym is just the word cruel. If you're cruel, you are dispiteous. It says it is an alternative of despitious with an E, which, boy, I don't even remember. Did we have that word? I feel like we must have if they're putting it in here, but maybe that one is so old that maybe not. Let's just do a quick little check, because that's what we like to do sometimes. I'm just curious. Despitious, where are you? Right. Here we're getting close. This is the most exciting part of the whole show. Let's see, we got despise, despite. Here it is, dispiteous. This is also archaic, feeling or showing despite. And malicious is the synonym. So yeah, the synonym for dispiteous with an I is cruel. So cruel and malicious, those for sure go together. If you're feeling a little cruel or malicious today, you can say, I am so dispiteous. Yep, that's how that works. The next word is displace. Displace. This is a verb from 1549, and I believe it is only transitive. So, 1A, to remove from the usual or proper place. Specifically, to expel or force to flee from home or homeland, as in displaced persons. These displaced persons, maybe they're part of the diaspora. They have been dispersed. They had a place, and then they were picked up, and they moved to another place. Maybe not by their own free will. Maybe they were stolen away. But yes, moving from one place to another is displace. Yeah, this specifically is to expel or force to flee. Displaced, I mean, there are lots of displaced people all over the world. Refugees, for some reason. That's pretty sad. 1B, to remove from an office, status, or job. They felt so comfortable at their place of office, place of status, place of job, but then they got removed and they were displaced. 1C is obsolete, to drive out, and the synonym is banish. You can't, this isn't terribly obsolete. To drive out, to banish, to displace. Yeah, this is all the same idea, forcing somebody or something to go away from where it is. Displace. Get away from displace. I'm displacing you. 2A, to move physically out of position, as in a floating object displaces water. The first thought was if you're moving physically something from one place to another, like maybe you're playing checkers and you displace your red coin thing and you move it into another plate, you've displaced it. But no, here we are more specifically talking about water. And let's see. Well, this is the only one where it talks about it. So it's still kind of in its place. If you fill up the tub and you put your body in the tub, you got to be aware of this thing called displacement. Oh, actually, let's talk about that then. But yeah, the water's going to change when something goes in it. Okay, 2B, to take the place of, as in a chemical reaction. The synonym is supplant. supplant. So there's a chemical reaction, and then something takes the place of another thing. I don't understand that at all, but I guess that's a thing that happens. There's a synonym for the whole thing, which is the word replace. You replace a thing with the thing. In chess, if you get your pawn to the other side of the board, you can displace or replace the pawn with a queen. And that's always a fun thing to do. Displaceable is an adjective. All right, we have one more word for this episode. Displacement. Displacement. Noun from 1611. 1. The act or process of displacing. Also the state of being displaced. 2a. The volume or weight of a fluid, like water, displaced by a floating body, as a ship, of equal weight. Okay. So this is specifically talking about the amount, the volume or the weight of this water that has been displaced is the displacement. So again, let's go back to the tub example. You fill up the tub with water, you put your body in there. Your body, the volume of your body, the amount of space that your body takes up, because the water can't permeate into it, it doesn't have anywhere to go but to raise the water level inside of the tub. And so that amount that it is raised, that volume, let's say it's 1 cubic meter, I don't know, depends on how big you are or small you are. That is the displacement. The water has been displaced by 1 cubic meter. So technically, when there's a big old boat that gets put into the ocean, the entire ocean is displaced by the volume of the boat that is in the water, because the water that was there has to go somewhere. So you're not going to be able to see the ocean rise, but technically, it's just maybe it's 1,000 cubic meters. Again, I'm just making up a number. If there's 1,000 cubic meters from a boat, and when it goes into the ocean is being raised by 1,000 cubic meters spread out over the entire ocean. So you can't really tell the difference. It's very tiny. Okay, 2b, we talked about the floating body, the ship in the water. 2b, the difference between the initial position of something as a body or geometric figure and any later position. So this body or geometric figure has an initial position, and then it has a later position, and so the difference between those is the displacement. I don't know what are we talking about here? What's going on? Yes, okay. So if like you stand here and then somebody picks you up and they move you 10 feet straight ahead, the displacement of your body was 10 feet. I don't know why anybody would do that, but that is a thing that could happen. I don't think that's usually how we use this word in this context. 2c, the volume displaced by a piston, as in a pump or an engine, in a single stroke. Also, the total volume so displaced by all the pistons in an internal combustion engine, as in an automobile. That's where you find these engines. So let's see. So the piston is one of the things that makes the engine go. What? The volume displaced by a piston. Is this the volume of what? Of the gasoline? Or I'm not entirely sure. I don't know. Didn't study the cars. 3a, the redirection of an emotion or impulse from its original object to another. And the example of this original object would be an idea or a person. So they probably use this in psychology or therapy or something. And so, let's see, you're redirecting an emotion or something from one person to another person. Let's use those as an example. And so, I guess just that whole idea of say you're mad at somebody, and then you move your madness from one person over to another person. This is a weird example. Then that's displacement. The act of doing that, or just the thing that happens in general, is displacement. Okay, 3b, the substitution of another form of behavior for what is usual or expected, especially when the usual response is non-adaptive. This is called also displacement activity or displacement behavior. So you're substituting one behavior, substitution of another form or of behavior for what is usual or expected. Interesting. So maybe this is used, like if you got a bad habit, you replace it with something else, and that is the idea of displacement. Not entirely sure, but that makes sense to me. Maybe it's alcohol. Maybe somebody's an alcoholic, and they want to replace the alcohol with something that's not nearly as bad to their emotional well-being or their relationships or their physical body, something like that. So again, this is probably used in therapy or something like that. Okay, yeah, this was a hilarious episode. Let's reread the words. We had dispersal, dispersant, disperse, dispersion, dispersive, dispersoid, dispirit, dispiteous, displace, and displacement. I think maybe I'll just pick displacement as the word of the episode because it just has so many uses between your emotions, your behaviors, an engine, water, just moving a thing from one place to another. Yeah, I don't know. It's a very versatile word, and I like that, and I appreciate that, and that's great. Displacement. Displacement. That is the end of that song. Oh, thank you so much for listening to this. I'm not entirely sure what anybody is getting out of it, or what even I'm getting out of it, but we're doing it, and we're having a great time doing it. I will quickly say that yesterday we went and saw the new Avatar movie, The Way of Water. And of course I enjoyed it, and it's great. And there are some weird things I have questions on, or, that doesn't really make sense. But overall, I just think it's beautiful and great, and I have many positives to say about it. The most important being that I think it is. Let's see. It's affecting the younger generation, I think, in a way that is hopefully creating people who are more loving and compassionate for other living things like humans and animals and plants, and also maybe alien creatures that we have not met yet. I really, really hope, and I think that if I were a 10-year-old kid, seeing the original Avatar or any of these new ones, it would have an effect on me. You got to go see it. It's good. It's good, and it's beautiful, and it's maybe not the most creative original idea or execution. It's very formulaic, like people said about the first one, but it has really, really damn good message, and it's done in a pretty incredible way. And I have way more things to say about it, but I haven't done my movie podcast yet, so we'll see if that ever happens. All right, that is the end of this episode. Thank you very much for listening, and until next time, this is still Spencer dispensing information. Hello, word nerds. Welcome to the dictionary. I am Spencer, and I am sure appreciative that you are here. How did this happen? I just had these headphones on. I took them off for 5 seconds. I put them back on, and now everything sounds weird in my head. How does this happen? Whatever. The first word in this episode is displant. D-I-S-P-L-A-N-T. Transitive verb from the 15th century. Number 1, the synonyms are displace and remove. Remove it from there, put it over there, displant. Number 2, the synonym is supplant, but you wouldn't say it that way. You would say probably supplant. I don't even know. Supplant. I'm thinking too hard on this. Yeah, it's just from dis plus to plant. So, the thing has been planted in one place, and you move it to another place, and you're displanting it. When would you... displace. That's one of the synonyms. I think you would probably use that before you would use displant. When do we use this one? Okay, moving on. Let's see. The sound effect will be... This is going to be rough. The next word is display. First form, verb from the 14th century, 1a. To put or spread before the view, as in display the flag. To put or spread before the view? That seems like a really weird phrase. But yes, you're putting up the flag, spreading it into the wind so everybody can see it. You're displaying that beautiful, beautiful flag, and we're all so proud. And we can't help but stand there, take our hat off, and put our hand on our heart, and just weep. Just weep. 1b, to make evident, as in displayed great skill. Show us your great skill. Display it for all the world to see. 1c, to exhibit ostentatiously, as in liked to display his erudition. Erudition? I've heard of that word. I can't really think of what it is. He's very erudite. Is that like he's super fancy and smart and rich and I don't know what, but he loves to show off his erudition. Maybe just him saying the word erudition is just enough to display his erudition. Yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of this sort of behavior. Hey, look at me. I'm so important. Look at this great thing I can do. I'm displaying it for all to see. Number 2, this is obsolete. And the synonym is, I don't remember, is this discree or descry? Descry. It's one of those. But yeah, it's obsolete, so you can't really use it anymore. Let's just take a quick look. Descry. Let's see. It is pronounced descry. Descry. To catch sight of, find out, discover, all those things. All right, here we go with intransitive for display. Number 1 is obsolete. The synonym is show off. So I guess in this context, because it's intransitive, you are the one who is displaying the big old feathers on your butt. If you are I was about to say penguin, a peacock. Number 2, to make a breeding display. As in, oh wait, seriously? Did I somehow subconsciously read this? Did I see this somewhere? To make a breeding display, the example is penguins displayed and copulated. I must have seen that, and I wasn't even aware that I saw penguins because I was going to say penguin instead of peacock. But penguins, they got to display the goods, what they got going on, get a mate, make a baby. That's copulation. A synonym for everything is the word show. That's it. You're just showing it, showing the stuff. I am displaying to you how little I know and how not funny I am. Displayable is an adjective. This is from the Anglo-French déployer, which literally means to unfold. And there's more at the word deploy. So yeah, deploy comes from déployer. That makes a whole lot of sense. And then yeah, deploy became display. So unfolding, displaying. Next, the second form of display. Noun from 1665, 1A1, a setting or presentation of something in open view, as in a fireworks display. It's so beautiful. It's a presentation of something in open view for everybody to see. Boom, boom, boom. Make sure that when the fireworks go off, your animals are protected and they feel safe and they can't escape. Because many, many animals like to escape during fireworks because they're so scared they just don't know what to do but run. 1A2 for display. A clear sign or evidence. A clear sign or evidence. The synonym is exhibition, as in a display of courage. Well, exhibition and display makes me think of just a thing at a museum. It's a clear sign. It's evidence. But yeah, I guess you can also do an exhibition of your courage. Let's show us how much courage you have. Display it for all to see. 1B, ostentatious show. You are putting on a show that is ostentatious, or you're just showing how ostentatious you are. How much ostentatiousness do you have? Display it. 1C, type, composition, or printing designed to catch the eye. It's designed very well to be pretty and nice to look at. And yeah, I guess you just call that the display. It's a display. It's displaying what it's got. 1D, an eye-catching arrangement by which something is exhibited, as in a display of artifacts. Hopefully, it's eye-catching and it has been put together very nicely and not just thrown together. Don't just throw the artifacts into a bucket. That's not a display. You got to arrange it in an eye-catching fashion. This is often used with the word on, as in, her early paintings are currently on display. You can see them at the gallery. My dad sometimes has paintings on display at galleries, and you can buy them. 1E, an electronic device as a cathode ray tube that presents information in visual form. Also, the visual information is also called the display. And so an example of this, not so much cathode ray tubes these days, I don't think, but we have lots of displays. We call them TVs or monitors or something like that. That's going to display the information for you to see, if you can see. Number 2, a pattern of behavior exhibited especially by male birds in the breeding season, like those silly penguins and peacocks. And virtually every other male animal. I mean, it's not just birds, right? I mean, birds have great displays. There's those really interesting birds. I don't remember what they're called or where they are, but they were on planet Earth, and they have just the most amazing displays. But really, any other animal, male or female, that's trying to get the attention of the other one to mate, that they're doing a display, putting on a display. Those are always fun to watch. I just saw a video of crabs. Crabs were doing this, and they were all like in sync with each other. They had been like spread out evenly on the sand, and they would move the same way, and then they would wave their big claw at the same time in the same way. It was amazing. How did they? It just boggles the mind what they can do. All right, moving on. Ooh, displease. Displease, verb from the 14th century, starting with transitive 1. To incur the disapproval or dislike of, especially by annoying, as in their gossip displeases her. Oh, she is so annoyed by this gossip. She dislikes it when they do this because she's worried that they're talking about her. Yep, you're incurring disapproval. Number 2, to be offensive to, as in abstract art displeases him. Okay, if abstract art displeases somebody, if you said that to me, I would think, okay, he just doesn't like it. It's not pleasing to the eye to him. It's not his favorite form of art. But to say that it is offensive, I feel like that's a bit of a stretch. Why are we going to use offensive here? I think we could tone it down a little bit. Intransitive is to give displeasure, as in behavior calculated to displease. So this is where, it says to give displeasure. So if you're actively doing something to give displeasure, that's displease. You are displeasing. For some reason, I would think that would be transitive and the others would be intransitive because the displeasing is being done to them, but I guess that's not how it works. So I apologize if I confused you at all. Moving on. Ooh. It's just me making weird moaning sounds. I'm not sure. There's a reason for it. Don't worry. Okay. Next is displeasure, or some people, I guess, like to say displeasure. Displeasure. Noun from the 15th century, 1. The feeling of one that is displeased. The synonym is disfavor. The feeling. So if you are displeased by that just horrendously gross abstract art that is very offensive, you have displeasure. Number 2. The synonyms are discomfort and unhappiness. I have displeasure because I'm so uncomfortable and sad and mad and feeling bad. Number 3 is archaic. Synonyms are offense and injury. Yeah, have not heard it used quite that way before. Displode is next. Verb from 1667. Interesting. This is archaic, and the synonym is explode. And displosion is a noun. Can you imagine a world that we could have lived in where instead of saying explode, we said displode all the time? The fireworks disploded. It's not that different, but it is enough different that it just sounds kind of weird. This is from the Latin verb displodere, which is from dis plus plaudere, which means to clap or applaud. So, I guess if the audience exploded in applause, that they would be disploding into applause? Well, I guess the other thing that I'm thinking of is that whenever I hear explode, I think of something exploding like a bomb, but it doesn't, yes, an audience can explode, and so it's just something that's sort of sudden and big is displode. I would love to have an example here if they found one in, old poetry or literature writing of some kind. How did somebody use this? The next word is disport. First form, noun from the 14th century, archaic. Synonyms are sport, and pastime. So I guess if people were playing games and doing fun things, that those were called disports. First of all, there's no etymology. Well, we'll get that in the next word. But, I guess we'll just wait to talk about it then. The next word. The second form of disport. Verb from the 14th century. We are, starting with transitive. Number 1. The synonyms are divert and amuse. Hey, take me away from work. Amuse me with your films, your games. I want to be disported. That's how you could use that, I guess. Number 2, the synonym is display. Which display are we talking about? to show, to spread before view, to make evident, exhibit ostentatiously, show off, all of those. Okay, well, now we have intransitive for disport. There's only one: to amuse oneself in light or lively fashion. The synonym is frolic. I'm frolicking, I'm disporting. It doesn't work quite so well. Amuse oneself in a lively fashion. Disportment is a noun. So, where's this from? It's from Anglo-French desporter, which means to carry away, or comfort, or entertain. From dis plus portere, which means to carry. Also the Latin portare, which probably means to carry, and there's more at the word fare, F-A-R-E. So, taking somebody away and entertaining them. That's what I'm getting from this. You go to a sports stadium, and you're disporting yourself to go watch a disport. So I guess they just turned that verb into a noun, and it became disport, the noun, sport or pastime. And then what happened? They just decided that they didn't need the DI in front anymore, and they just turned it into sport? What happened? Maybe we'll get some fun etymology when we get to the word sport, because that's the one that has evolved. It evolved from, desporter to disport, and then somehow to sport. And the other interesting thing is that it kept the S from the dis prefix. That's fascinating. Our word sport is just, it means nothing to me anymore. The next word. Disposable. First form, adjective from 1643. 1. Subject to or available for disposal. Specifically, remaining to an individual after deduction of taxes and necessary living expenses, as in disposable income. Remaining to an individual after deduction of taxes and necessary disposable. It's all the extra stuff. After you've paid for all the things that you got, right? The things that you need to pay for, the rest is your disposable income. I would assume that that's what that is. Remaining to an individual after deduction of taxes and the necessary living expenses, your bills, your things, your cable, your phone, your food, your rent, your mortgage, your assessments, your utilities. Also, they've taken away the taxes before you can even pay any of those things, your retirement fund, whatever. The rest of it is disposable. Number 2, designed to be used once and then thrown away, as in disposable diapers. The things that are filling up our dumping stations, our dumps, the junkyards, the ocean, all those things. Well, we might talk about that more later. Disposability is a noun. Disposable, second form, noun from 1963, something that is disposable. Wait, what? Something that is disposable, so that would be the first form. Something that is called a disposable. Okay, interesting. The last word is disposal. D-I-S-P-O-S-A-L. My sound was sort of supposed to be the sound of a disposal in your sink, but, that's not really what happened. Noun from 1630. 1. The power or authority to dispose or make use of as one chooses, as in, the car was at my disposal. I could do whatever I want with it. I have the authority I can dispose it if I want. I can turn it in to something else. I can make art out of it. I can, whatever it is, I can do it. Number 2, the act or process of disposing, as to A, orderly placement or distribution. To B, synonyms are regulation and administration. To C, the act or action of presenting or bestowing something, as in disposal of favors. Let's see. Well, we'll learn more about the word dispose in the next episode, which I think will give us more information just about what that means. But it's giving them out. It's, that's fine for this. 2D, systematic destruction, especially destruction or transformation of garbage. We got to get rid of it. We got to dispose of the garbage. And then lastly, number 3, a device used to reduce waste matter, as by grinding. And then it goes, ugh. The etymology for that last one just says garbage disposal unit. I guess that's the full name. And then the nickname for Mr. Garbage Disposal Unit is disposal. I don't have one of these. I've never lived with one except temporarily. You can put your you can only put certain things into the disposal. I think it's got to be like organic matter or something like that. Yeah, no like plastics or metal or wood or anything like that. And you can put it down the sink, make sure there's no fingers or anything in there, and then you flip the switch and the disposal does a thing and it breaks it all down for you. We're not allowed to put one in my building. We're in a co-op building, and we're just not allowed to do it for some reason. Don't know why. It's a whole pipe thing, it's a big job. All right, that was all of that. And then of course I can't not think about horror movies or something where somebody is gonna maybe put their hand in the disposal when they're trying to get a ring out, and you're really worried that the disposal is going to turn on and it's going to happen. You just have to watch and find out. All right, so the words in this episode were displant, display, display, displease, displeasure, displode, disport, disport, disposable, disposable, and disposal. Well, I found the word disport to be just fascinating. That was really interesting. We don't really use it, I guess, so much, except maybe in the verb form a little bit. But yeah. But I'm going to pick disposable as the word of the episode because I am not really a big fan of disposable things. I know that I use them sometimes, and we all do, but I think that it is really good for all of us to minimize our usage of disposable items as much as possible, because they are a big goddamn waste. We don't need to be making all this plastic and then putting it back out into the world where it's just going to sit there and not break apart like all of the organic matter does. And, so if we can make things that are disposable in compostable containers or things, that would be really great because then they will break apart and then everybody's happy. But yes, I'm not loving, the Keurig cups and the floss pick things and the diapers, I get it. They're easier and you can just get rid of it. And if I had a kid, I would probably be using those too. But, there's all big wasty. Wasting our resources, wasting our space, wasting our money, wasting our energy, so many things. I'm not a big fan of disposable things. Maybe you are, but I don't want to use them. But I still use them. I still do use them. I'm going to try to stop using them. This is the worst songs ever. Let's see. Okay, that's the end of the episode. I will say last night we watched John Wick. I had seen it before. So as my wife Sharon was watching it for the first time, I was doing some work, but then I watched it mostly throughout the whole thing. I was paying attention, and it's just fun. We saw the trailer for John Wick 4, And she was avoiding it because it's very sad at the beginning. If you've seen it, you know. But if she watched it, and I think she liked it, so maybe she'll watch the rest of them. Those are fun movies. All right. That is the end of this episode. Thank you very much for listening, and until next time, this is Spencer dispensing information. Goodbye. Hello, word nerds. Welcome to the dictionary. It is so exciting to have you be here with me, spending all this wonderful time together. We just get to know each other so well. So well. Let's see. If you, what do you want to do? What do you want to do with your life? One thing that you may want to do is follow this show on Instagram and Twitter if you still do those very archaic old things. The handle is @dictionarypod, at the little @ symbol, dictionarypod, all one word, no special characters, all lowercase. And if you want to follow my personal stuff, it is @speejampar, SPEJAMPAR. Usually, I just been posting pictures of the movies that I see, and then maybe one short little line about it. Sometimes on Twitter, I will post other sort of musings about the world or things that I find that were kind of silly, maybe. I don't really, scroll through Twitter and comment much or anything like that. What else? If you want to email me at this show, the email address, if that's another thing that you do, dictionarypod@gmail.com. There is a Google Voice number that you can call it and leave a voicemail if that's something that you want to do, and I will put it in a show. Yes, I will put it in a show. Call it up. Let's see what you got to say. Might not play for 3 weeks, but we'll see what we can do. Maybe we can shorten that to 1 week. If you want to join the Patreon and get really early episodes, that would make you feel great and make me feel great, and everybody is great and feeling great and happy and all those good things. $1 a month, $1 US American dollar a month is all you need to do to get early episodes, and then you can get some exclusives if you go up to $5 a month. You can watch all these on YouTube. You can see the logo, and then they just play. 10 episodes are one video. Please rate and review this show on Apple Podcasts and all the other places if you can. It really helps the algorithms spread this show out to the masses, and yeah, everybody loves that. I have to shout out, what day am I recording this on? January 18th, 2023. Over the last few days, somebody downloaded a bunch of my episodes, and so I am very appreciative to you for doing that. That just made me feel so great. What else have I missed? I think I got most of the stuff. Oh, and sometimes I'll put dictionary-related things on TikTok, which is also @speejampar. There's not one of those today. All right, we really need to talk about these words. Okay, the first word is dispose. 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 Verb from the 14th century, starting with transitive. 1. To give a tendency to. The synonym is incline. I'm inclined to do a thing. I'm tending to do a thing. There is an example. Faulty diet disposes one to sickness. So that would be a diet that is just not really good for you, not healthy for you. Then your body will be prone to getting sick. It will get sick. It might get sick. There might be some problems. It could be heart disease, diabetes, inflammation, all those sorts of things. If you're a regular listener, if you started at the beginning, you've heard me talk many times about how I think it is really, really, really important to have I guess you could call it a not faulty diet, so you're not disposed to sickness, because then you're not going to feel good, and maybe your poops aren't going to be regular, and then you might have to go get medical tests and pay tons of money. Even if you have medical insurance, you might still need to pay a bunch of money. That's a whole thing. So, we talked about that. Number 2A, to put in place. Also, set in readiness. The synonym is arrange. So, putting things in place, arranging them. Maybe they have shelves with labels. You got to put them back where they came from. Set in readiness. So they're ready to go. Maybe you parked your car backwards into the parking spot, so it's ready to go. There's an example. Disposing troops for withdrawal. So getting them ready. So when you want them to withdraw and go fight the people in the other part of the world, then they have been disposed. They're ready to go. 2B is obsolete. The synonym is regulate. Here is 2C. The synonym is bestow. I bestow upon you everything I know. I am bestowing the dictionary upon you, disposing it into your brain. We have a couple intransitive. Number 1, to settle a matter finally. Oh, good. We finally settled that matter. We disposed of it. We're done with it. Number 2 is obsolete. Yes, to come to terms. I've come to terms with the fact that matter is settled finally, and we're ready to go. Let's look at the etymology. Let's see. It's from the Latin disponere, which means to arrange, which is from dis plus ponere, which means to put. So ponere is to put, and then you put the dis at the beginning, disponere, and it is to arrange. So you're not only putting things where they go, but you're arranging them in a certain way. There's more at the word position. Let's see. There is, you know what? I didn't quite finish all of this. There is another synonym, which is the word incline again. So that's just for everything. Disposer is a noun, and there is a phrase, dispose of. Number 1, to place, distribute, or arrange especially in an orderly way. Dispose of. Now, I definitely would not. Well, let's finish, because I don't think of dispose of as things being put away orderly. I think of it just tossing it away, throwing it away. But maybe one of these other ones is going to talk about that. So, 2A, to transfer to the control of another, as in disposing of personal property to a total stranger. We do this all the time. Maybe you got a garage sale and you're selling a thing and a total stranger comes up and says, I want to buy that personal property of yours that maybe has all your DNA on it. I want it. Can I have that thing from you? Will you dispose of it to me? 2B1, to get rid of. This is the one that I think of most of the time, as in, how to dispose of toxic waste. This sounds like the book, How to Dispose of Toxic Waste for Dummies. Well, first of all, you have to put it in a sealed container that will never open up. And then you have to dig a very deep hole, and you have to put the container in the deep hole and fill it. Maybe fill it with cement, and then fill it back up with the dirt that you dug out. Or, I don't know, toxic waste. That's the problem with nuclear, is that it's really clean and good energy, but then you got the waste, and that's a hard thing to deal with. You got to dispose of it properly. 2B2, to deal with conclusively, as in disposed of the matter efficiently. Maybe that's a person that you had to deal with. You've dealt with them efficiently. We've been watching the John Wick movies. I think I mentioned that in maybe the previous episode. We watched John Wick 1 last night. Sharon watched John Wick 2. I saw the last 30, 45 minutes or so. And John Wick, for sure, disposes of many people. Has somebody done a count of how many people John Wick murders in those movies? The 4th chapter is coming out soon. The other thing I was wondering, how many bullets have been shot? How many times has a gun gone off in these movies? I have to imagine more than in any other series or film. It's insane. Oh, and I have very positive things to say about the stunts in those movies, but we'll save that for another time. Okay. So that was the first form of dispose. We now need to do a sound effect, which will be boo-doo-boo, boo-doo-boo. The second form of dispose, noun from 1590. 1. Obsolete. The synonym is disposal. And if you want to hear me talk about disposal, go to the end of the previous episode. Number 2 is also obsolete. Both 2A and 2B are obsolete. So 2A, the synonym is disposition. 2B, the synonym is demeanor. Boodly-boo, boodly-boo. Boo-ba-doo-boo-doo-boo-boo-doo. Okay, the next word is disposition. Disposition, noun from the 14th century. We are going to have a lot of synonym information for this one. But before we get to that, I'm sorry, you have to hear me slog through the definitions. Number 1, the act or the power of disposing or the state of being disposed. As 1A, the synonyms are administration and control. The act or the power of disposing. And then I guess if you are in an administration or have control, then you have the power to dispose of things or people or bills or laws or whatever it is. 1B, final arrangement. Synonym is settlement, as in the disposition of the case. So yeah, this is in the jury, a trial, that kind of thing. What's the final thing that they've settled on? That's the settlement. That is the disposition. 1C1, transfer to the care or possession of another. Similar to dispose, you're putting the control from one thing from you to another. 1C2, the power of such transferal. That is also called the disposition. 1D, orderly arrangement. Again, similar to dispose, things are arranged in an orderly way. But that one was the verb, disposition is the noun. So when you have positioned them all nice and neat and arranged on your shelf, that they are in a disposition. 2A, prevailing tendency, mood, or inclination. 2B, temperamental makeup. That's not the makeup that you put on your face. This is like the temperamental makeup, how a thing is made, what is its temperament, like its personality temperament. 2C, the tendency of something to act in a certain manner under given circumstances. So yeah, these three look more like, mood, personality, how you act, your manner, those types of things. What's your disposition? Yeah. How do you feel just normally on your day-to-day living? Do you feel good? Do you feel content? Do you feel sad? Do you feel bad? It probably changes throughout the day. It probably changes day to day. There are some days where I don't have a chipper, cheery disposition. Usually I'm just kind of like right in the middle. And for you people, when I record this, I have to really step it up a notch because nobody wants to hear somebody all monotone. That's no fun. No, it's not fun. It's not totally fake. I'm not trying to say that it's totally fake. What comes out is natural, but you gotta oomph it up a little bit. Dispositional is an adjective. So here we have synonym information: disposition, temperament, temper, character, and personality mean the dominant quality or qualities distinguishing a person or group. So how do these qualities distinguish you from other people or other groups? Disposition implies customary moods and attitude toward the life around one, O-N-E, as in a cheerful disposition. Temperament implies a pattern of innate characteristics associated with one's specific physical and nervous organization, as in an artistic temperament. There's that line from the dentist's song in Little Shop of Horrors. I think it's like, "Your temperament's wrong for the priesthood," which means the whole song is about how he likes to cause pain on other living things. And so, being a priest, you probably shouldn't be the type of person who has that type of temperament. An artistic temperament. My dad definitely has an artistic temperament. He's constantly making art. What is my temperament? I don't know. But yeah, this is more about not exactly a permanent personality trait, but something that's more, permanent, or almost the word permanent is in the word temperament. It's not quite the same. This is a more solid, permanent idea than disposition. I think disposition feels a bit more temporary, hour to hour, day to day. Temperament is kind of who you are in general at this time in your life. Temper, so we had temperament, here's temper. This one implies the qualities acquired through experience that determine how a person or group meets difficulties or handles situations, as in a resilient temper. Usually when we hear the word temper, we think of somebody who's very angry, which is not totally off track, obviously. But yes, this is how do you determine how they're going to meet difficulties. So if you have a certain kind of temper, you could easily get angry or not so easily get angry, I guess. I have definitely had times in my life. There was a chunk of time in my life where I could very easily get frustrated and kind of angry. But I think I'm largely past that. That's time and growth and age and all those things. Character applies to the aggregate of moral qualities by which a person is judged apart from intelligence, competence, or special talents, as in strength of character. So this is, what are your moral qualities? Are you a good person, a bad person, somewhere in between? Do you go back and forth? But it's not about your intelligence, how competent you are, or any sort of talents you have. It's mostly about your moral character. Personality applies to the aggregate of qualities that distinguish one as a person, as in a somber personality. It's your overall personality. We obviously all have many, many personality traits, but I guess if you had to give an adjective to your personality, that would be your personality. That would be very difficult to pick one adjective per person. I don't know if I could do that. If you have a good adjective for me, anything, let me know in whatever way you want to do that. I'll keep track. I'll let the people know what you think. That might be kind of fun. Let's see. I can't guess about your personality because we haven't met, more than likely, except for my guests. Though all of their personalities are just top-notch, wonderful, funny, smart people. Okay, it's sound effect time. What did we do? Boo-doo-ba-doo, did-it-ba-doo. The next word is dispositive. Couldn't we just say negative? No, it's dispositive. Adjective from circa 1618, directed toward or affecting disposition. And the example is of a case. So this is a legal case, as in the example, dispositive evidence. So this evidence in the case is directed toward or affecting disposition, which, let's go back to disposition with the legal world. This was the power controlling, the state of being disposed, control, anything else that was transfer of care or possession. Let's see, I'm trying to figure this out. Dispositive, directed toward or affecting disposition. So dispositive evidence would be what? Would be evidence that is it show who has control of a thing? Maybe? I don't know. I feel like I'm missing something. My brain is not quite tracking, but something like that. Boo-doo-boo-boo, boo-doo-boo-boo-doo. The next word is dispossess. Possess. This is a transitive verb from the 15th century, to put out of possession or occupancy, as in, dispossessed the nobles of their land. So they put out of possession. So is this saying that the nobles of the land were taken away from the land that they possessed? They don't possess it anymore? I guess that makes sense. If you possess something and then you dispossess, then you don't possess it anymore. Dispossession, that is a noun, and dispossessor is also a noun. And I guess if somebody is possessed by the devil and then they get rid of the devil, they have been dispossessed. Right? Right. Boo-doo-boo-doo-boo, boo-doo-boo-doo-boo. The next word is dispossessed, with an ed, adjective from the 15th century. Deprived of homes, possessions, and security. Maybe you had it, and now you don't had it. You don't got it no more. You have been dispossessed. I don't think I've ever heard dispossess or dispossessed before. So, it's just the idea of something being taken away from you that you used to own. And I don't like that. Let's see. I thought I had something else to say about one of these words, but I can't think of it. So, moving on. The next word is disposure. Disposure, noun from 1569. It is archaic, and the synonyms are disposal and disposition. Yeah, we don't use it no more. If you want to use it in context or in replacement of disposal and disposition, you can do that. Disposure. D-I-S-P-O-S-U-R-E. Do-do-do-do-down, ba-da-ba-ba-ba-doo. The next word is dispraise. Dispraise. Transitive verb from the 13th century, to comment on with disapproval or censure. So what is this? So if you disapprove of a thing and you want it to be censored, and you're commenting on how you think it should be censored or why you are disapproving it, you are giving it dispraise. You are dispraising it. Dispraise is also a noun, dispraiser is a noun, and dispraisingly is an adverb. It's the opposite of praising. If you praise a thing, like all of your wonderful ratings and reviewings that you're totally going to write as soon as you finish listening to this episode, that's praise, that's 5 stars, that's wonderful. But if you don't like this show, then you, I guess you're just going to have to give this a 1-star review and dispraise it. but I sure don't want any of those reviews because I know that this podcast deserves all the praise. All of it, go gather it around for me. Okay, we have one more word for this episode. Dispread. 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 Transitive verb from 1590. D-I-S-P-R-E-A-D. To spread abroad or out. So why do we have the D-I at the beginning of the word spread? If you were putting butter on your toast, you are dispreading the butter, but you're also spreading the butter. I don't understand that. There is no etymology for this. I sure would like something. But yeah, I mean, how many times have we seen this? This similar to disport in the previous episode. Sport and disport, the same thing. Anyway, if we find some good information at etimonline.com, maybe we'll put it in the show notes so we can figure out why is this word dispread. I also just think it should say archaic, because I don't think we really use this anymore, I have to imagine. Okay, what were the words today? They were dispose, disposition, dispositive, dispossess, dispossessed, disposure, dispraise, and dispread. Some fantastic words today. Let's see. Oh, the thing I was going to say about dispossess, back to my silly little devil possession joke, that in that case, a possession, that's what it is the devil is possessing the body. It owns the body in that context. Whether or not you believe that thing can happen, we talk about it as if it could happen. We see movies about it, so we're just going to say it's real, but I don't know. You don't know. So they're occupying the body. But then, yes, what is the thing called when you get the priest? It's the name of the movie that everybody knows and loves and thinks is scary, and I can't think of it right now. Oh my God, it starts with an E. Exorcism. The Exorcist. Exorcism. So I don't know if they've used this word in any of those movies that I've seen, but when the exorcism is successful and done, yes, they've been dispossessed. It makes sense. But I am going to pick disposition as the word of the episode because, I don't know, I find personality interesting. All of these words: disposition, temperament, temper, character, personality. I think that just the idea of who you are and what you are and why you are the way you are and what's your disposition, I just think it's fascinating. So we have to now sing a song about disposition. I always get really nervous about this. What's your disposition like today? Are you feeling happy or sad? What's your disposition? I'm feeling pretty fine. I don't know what happened there. Okay, that is going to be the end of this episode. Yeah, I just very much appreciate you listening to me yammer on about the things that are in my head and also the things that are in this book. And I hope you join again. You keep on joining all the time, and you also bring some other people along. That's the only way a show grows. Thank you, thank you, thank you. This has been Spencer dispensing information. Goodbye. Hello, word nerds. Why is this so quiet? Oh, there we go. Hello, word nerds. How are you doing? Oh, I'm just so glad that you're here. Please stick around. Don't go anywhere. All right, let's get to the words. The first word in this episode is disprise. Disprise. Are you going to steal my prize away? I worked so hard to get that blue ribbon. Okay, this is a transitive verb from the 15th century. It is archaic, and the synonyms are undervalue and scorn. So, interesting. The etymology is not helpful. So I guess if you undervalue and scorn, so you're basically talking about how bad something is, or you're not not as good as it should be. I don't know, something like that. It's archaic, so I'm not really going to worry about this. You're not going to find this one on the test probably, unless you're studying the classics, the old languages, the dead words. Are you doing that? Okay, the next word, the next thing that happens is a sound effect which says, hello, that word is done. Here comes another word. I'm going to do hey. Hey. The next word is disproof. Disproof, noun from the 15th century, number 1, the action of disproving. We're going to talk more about disprove later. So if you are disproving, you did a disproof. 2, evidence that disproves. So if you are trying to disprove something and you find the evidence that disproves it, that evidence is also called a disproof, because it proves that the thing does not exist, does not happen, is not real. It proves that it's wrong. That's how do you word that? Hey. The next word is disproportion. First form, noun from 1555. Lack of proportion, symmetry, or proper relation. The synonym is disparity. Also, an instance of such disparity is disproportion. Disproportional is an adjective. So if there's no proportion, symmetry, or proper relation, if a thing is out of proportion, how do you describe that? If a box is not, I'm trying to think of like the proportions of a thing are, the length, the height, the width, the volume, the whatever it is, the measurements. But if a thing is in proportion, that means, so like if you take a picture of a person and then you stretch it out to the left and to the right, then it is not in proportion anymore. It is disproportional, I guess, because the proper proportions have been all skewed and messed up. So then that picture would be a disproportion. I think that's kind of how you would describe that. Hey. The next word is disproportion, second form, transitive verb from 1593. To make out of proportion. The synonym is mismatch. So the act of stretching out that photo would be disproportioning the photo. I can't even really think of other examples of when you would make something out of proportion. But anything that's not its standard proportion. Mismatch, though, that's kind of an odd synonym in at least the way that I'm processing this definition. Mismatch is like, I guess if it doesn't match the proper proportions, that makes sense. Mismatch, the way that I think of that is like mismatched socks, things that don't match each other. Disproportion is like something that is not in the proportions that it's supposed to be. Those are different to me, right? Hey. Disproportionate is next. Adjective from 1555. Being out of proportion, as in a disproportionate share. So this is a good example. Proportionate share would be if everybody got the same amount. If there's 4 people and there's a pie, we love the examples of anything that's a sweet dessert. You cut the pie into 4 equal pieces, that would be proportionate. But if one person got a third, 2 people got a quarter, no, that doesn't, yeah, and then the other person got a whatever is left, a sixth or something, I don't know, the rest of the pie, then those 4 people, they got disproportionate shares because they're not proportionate to how many people there are. Disproportionately is an adverb. Hey. Disproportionation. Disproportionation. This is the nation of people who are not proportionate. They're all stretched out. The shape of the nation, it doesn't make any sense. That doesn't work because no nation's borders make any sense, mostly. Disproportionation is a noun from circa 1929. The transformation of a substance into two or more dissimilar substances, usually by simultaneous oxidation and reduction. And disproportionate is an intransitive verb. So this is the act of transforming something into two or more other things that are not the same. And that happens by oxidation and reduction. And I couldn't tell you what sort of situation this might happen in. Chemistry, cooking, chemistry for sure, something like that. Hey. The next word is disprove. This is a transitive verb from the 14th century. To prove, to be false or wrong. And the synonym is refute, as in disprove a theory. And disprovable is an adjective. So this is kind of a funky concept. It's not that complicated, but it's the act of proving a thing to be wrong, which somehow feels backwards. So let's see. The disprove a theory. So maybe you have a theory of something in science, and then you do the proper observation and tests and all those things, and then you find out that the theory is wrong. It's just cannot be, and so you have disproved it. I guess that's what a lot of science is, right? I don't know if I'm going to get this right, but it's something about getting an idea, testing to see, and you can only prove it to be. I don't think this is right. Whatever I'm saying, scientists correct me. I should probably look it up, the proper terms for like the scientific method and all that, and put it in the show notes. Disproving a thing to be wrong is disprove. Good job. Hey. Disputant is next. Disputant, or you can say disputant. Noun from 1593, one that is engaged in a dispute. If you are in the middle of arguing with somebody or talking about something that you maybe disagree on, you are a disputant because you're in a dispute. Hey? Disputation is next. Noun from the 14th century. 1. The action of disputing. Also, verbal controversy or controversy, as in continuous disputation between them. They're just constantly arguing and disputing. Also as in ideological disputations. So thoughts, ideas, ways of thinking that don't meld together very well. Number 2, an academic exercise in oral defense of a thesis by formal logic. So I'm not going to venture to try to describe that great, but it's a thing when you're arguing orally about a thing, you're disputing it, and you're using formal logic. Hey. The next word is disputatious, adjective from 1660. 1A, inclined to dispute. If you really like to argue with people and tell them that they're wrong, then you are very disputatious. 1B, marked by disputation. Number 2, provoking debate. Synonym is controversial. You're just like, hey, come on, argue with me, fight with me, take up another stance. I'll take up a stance that I don't believe in. I just want to debate with you. Come on, let's go. Let's argue. Let's dispute. Let's be disputatious. Disputatiously is an adverb, and disputatiousness is a noun. I don't think I have heard of any of these words, disputant, disputation, disputatious, but I have heard, hey, dispute. First form, verb from the 13th century, starting with intransitive. There's only one of those. To engage in argument. The synonym is debate, especially to argue irritably or with irritating persistence. Oh, the way that you were arguing is so irritating to me, and you're so persistent about it. I just want to rip your ears off. Okay, so transitive now is 1A. To make the subject of disputation, as in, legislatures hotly disputed the bill. So the bill became the subject of their dispute. So they disputed it. They talked back and forth so many times about what they think of it. I like it, I hate it. I like it, I hate it. I like it, I hate it. 1B, to call into question, as in, her honesty was never disputed. It was never called into question because we know that she's just not honest ever. She lies all the time, so we know that that's where her honesty stands. Nobody's arguing over that. But wait a minute. I guess couldn't this just be the same? It's like it's dispute. Why is I don't know. To call into question, it's questioning a thing opposed to make the subject of okay, fine. 2A, to struggle against. The synonym is oppose. As in, disputed, I don't know how to emphasize this word anymore, disputed the advance of the invaders. They're opposing the invaders. The people are coming in to take over your castle. And so you're opposing that advance. You're arguing with them. Hey, don't come over here. This is my castle. You can't come in. 2B, to contend over, as in both sides disputed the bridgehead. Disputable or disputable is an adjective, and disputably is an adverb, and, again, disputer is a noun. So, the etymology, you can also use the same etymology for the previous 1, 2, 3 words. Let's see. It is from the Latin disputare, which means to discuss. Let's discuss. Which is from dis plus putare, which means to think. So I guess the dis prefix here isn't quite so much making the thing opposite, it's just changing the definition from to think, where you can think in your head and have a conversation with yourself, or when you discuss, you're discussing with somebody else, and you are discussants in that discussion. That's where it's from. But disputare became dispute. But I think the thing is, it's not so much a discussion, it's more of more debate. Yeah, debate is one of the words here. Argue, disagreeing on a topic. Discuss, that's more about let's discuss it, let's learn things, let's be together in this discussion. Hey. Next is the second form of dispute or dispute. Emphasize either syllable. Noun from 1555. 1A. Verbal controversy. The synonym is debate. So if you are disputing, you are having a dispute. 1B, the synonym is quarrel. That's just a fancy way to say a verbal controversy Why would that even be separated? How different could quarrel be from, well, I guess debate is more like structured, and quarrel it's just messy. Number 2 is obsolete, and it is physical combat. That's definitely a dispute, but it's a physical dispute. Hey, hey, hey. The next word is disqualification. So DISP is all done. Here is DISQ. The only reason why I'm talking about the fourth letter in this situation is because this DIS section is going on for so long that I might as well mention it. Okay, disqualification. Noun from circa 1714. 1. Something that disqualifies or incapacitates. But in what? Disqualifies what? Incapacitates, physically incapacitates? Let's read number 2. The act of disqualifying, also the state of being disqualified, as in disqualification from office. So here we have a specific example. What are the things that will disqualify you from this office? Maybe you did some illegal things in the past, and depending on the office, the thing that's hiring you, they may not allow that, and so you might be disqualified. What else? Disqualify in the Olympics or other sporting events. They say, well, you can't cheat. And that comes in various forms. If you're caught cheating, you will be disqualified. There are other things that will disqualify you. They will be disqualifications in your situation. The next word, related. Hey, disqualify. This is the transitive verb from 1712. 1. To deprive of the required qualities, properties, or conditions. And then also, make unfit. How do you disqualify a thing? You are depriving it of its qualities, properties, or conditions. It is unfit to do the thing anymore. I'm not entirely sure how you would use this. What context would you use this? Number 2, to deprive of a power, right, or privilege. 3, to make ineligible for a prize or for further competition because of violations of the rules. That is definitely the one that we think of most. So you're making a thing ineligible. So if you are, let's see, so something is disqualifying another thing. Like if you could disqualify yourself by violating the rules, or you violated the rules and then they will disqualify you because you violated the rules. That's how this transitive verb works. Okay, next. Hey. Disquantity. Transitive verb from 1605. It is obsolete, and the synonyms are diminish and lessen. There is a quantity of things. What things? Water bottles. There is a bunch of water bottles. They grow in a bunch. And then you take some away, and there's a quantity. There's 17 water bottles. You take some away. You have diminished the amount of water bottles, and so you've disquantitied it. We definitely don't use this one. Hey! Next, disquiet. First form, transitive verb from circa 1530. To take away the peace or tranquility of. Synonyms are disturb and alarm. Another synonym, don't know why it has to be separated. It is the word discompose. So you got some peace and quiet, and then all of a sudden there's a big old jackhammer that's going on. It's disquieting your nice, quiet meditation time, and that's very disturbing and alarming. Disquieting is an adjective, and disquietingly is also an adverb. Disquieting is an adjective. This disquietingly is an adverb. Hey. The second form of disquiet, noun from 1581, lack of peace or tranquility. The synonym is anxiety. I don't want to be in a state of disquiet. I like it to be calm and chill. The last word, we've already said it. Hey! It's the third form of disquiet. Adjective from 1582, it is archaic. The synonyms are uneasy and disquieted. Disquietly is an adverb, which is also archaic. You can't say it. All right, it is time to reread the words, and then we will pick a word of the episode. Disprise, disproof, disproportion, disproportion, disproportionate, disproportionation, disprove, disputant, disputation, disputatious, dispute, dispute, disqualification, disqualify, disquantity, disquiet, disquiet, disquiet. Okay, what do we want to pick? I should have figured this out ahead of time, but I never do that, so why would I start now? Nothing really is telling me what to do here. Let's see. I don't want to be disquiet. I think disputatious is a fun word, but I'm not big on disputing things. Let's see. Disprove. I guess disprove. It's an interesting concept of and it's science is related to. So let's pick disprove. We gotta disprove our theory. How are we gonna disprove our theory? We're gonna do lots of tests on our subjects, and then we can disprove the theory. Yeah. That's it. That's all I got for today. It's been a long day. I'm tired. I've been staring at screens all day, and I'm tired, and I want to go eat some food and watch a movie. Okay, that's it. Thank you. I very much appreciate you being here. Come again next time. This has been Spencer dispensing information. Hey. Hello, word nerds. Welcome to another episode of The Dictionary. This is the podcast where Spencer, that's me. I'm reading the dictionary, and then I talk about the things, and I try to explain them in another way, and maybe sometimes make stupid little jokes if they pop in my head. I wish I could do more of those, but my brain just doesn't work that way. It's not a natural, funny comedian brain. Okay, the first word in this episode is disquietude. 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 Noun from 1682. The synonyms are anxiety and agitation. I'm feeling so disquietude. No, you have disquietude. I have such disquietude in this very anxious location. Hey, you know what? It's time for a sound effect, and we will do bow. The next word is disquisition. Nobody expects the disquisition.
Nobody expects the Spanish Inquisition.
Noun from 1640, a formal inquiry into or discussion of a subject. A formal inquiry into a subject or a discussion of a subject. The synonym is discourse. We're having but this is formal. A discourse is, I think, usually fairly formal. A disquisition. I love this word. It is from the Latin disquirere, which means to investigate. And then that is from dis plus quaerere, and that means to seek. So to seek, and then you put the dis in front of it, and you are investigating. And that's the whole thing. You're just talking about a thing and learning, investigating, and you're getting the education. If there were a guest, we would be having a disquisition. Why don't we use this word anymore? Boo. The next word is disrate. Disrate. Transitive verb from 1751, to reduce in rank. The synonym is demote. So, there's a lot of ways that we say this. They're ranked. I feel like there were some other ones that we came across. But you have a rating, low rating, mid rating, high rating, whatever it is. And those are other ways to say a rank, I guess. You've been rated. And so if you're disrated, you are moved from one high rating to a lower rating. Boop, 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 boo, boo, boo. Next is disregard. Transitive verb from 1613. To pay no attention to. What? Also, treat as unworthy of regard or notice. A synonym is the word neglect. Please do not disregard your child. You need to pay attention to your child. Don't treat them as if they are unworthy or shouldn't be regarded in any way. Don't neglect the children. I just saw a short little a TED Talk by an 8-year-old. And she was the one presenting. The information had been given to her by adults, but she was the presenter. And it was all about how much of a difference on the child's brain it is when you that's not English. When you don't disregard a child, you don't neglect them, you don't sit on your phone all the time, and you engage with them and you play with them, it's going to have a really, really good effect on their brain, which is why we're seeing so many dumb kids these days. No, that's a joke. But to be perfectly honest, the adults who are having kids have had a phone long enough in their life, and it's really easy to get distracted by that, or to put your child in front of a TV, a screen, or whatever it is. And I don't know, I'm not a parent, so I shouldn't be talking about this, but I see it a lot, and I think that we need to be a bit better with paying attention to our children, teaching them about the world, and make that brain work real good so they'll speak earlier and be smarter and all those fantastic things. Okay, sorry for the little tangent. Let's move on. Do. The second form of disregard, noun from 1659. The act of disregarding, the state of being disregarded. And the synonym is also the word neglect. So it can be a transitive verb or a noun. Disregard, the act of disregarding. Disregard, just disregard everything I say. Disregardful is an adjective. Do. The next word, disrelated. Adjective from 1894, not related. I do think I remember when we had the dis prefix, one of the meanings was just not. Not that thing. So not related. But we don't say this. What do we use instead? Unrelated? Not related? We need to bring these dis words back. There's so many of them that just don't get used. Disquisition? Okay, disrelated. We are probably disrelated, you and I. There's maybe only a couple of people who listen to this who I am actually related to, or maybe 0 people. They know who they are. Do. Next is disrelation, noun from 1893. Lack of a fitting or proportionate connection or relationship. Okay, it's worded odd, but I think I figured it out. So it is lack of a fitting connection or relationship, or lack of a proportionate connection or relationship. And so I guess if you have a relationship with somebody that you don't fit well, You don't get along, maybe you clash, maybe that would be a disrelation. It doesn't have to be somebody you're related to. It's just a relationship or a connection. So if it's also lack of proportionate relationship, that I would assume would mean that maybe one person is putting in a lot more energy than the other one. So that would not be proportionate. So that's a disrelation. Da-da-da-da-doo-doo-doo. Next is disrelish. First form transitive verb from 1604. This is when you take the relish off of a hot dog. It is to find unpalatable or distasteful. Ooh, that food, I don't like it. I don't care for the taste. It's not my favorite thing. I cannot palate it. Is there anything? I mean, I kind of have this for mushrooms, but I'm trying to eat more of them because they are healthy for you. So, but this is a transitive verb, so you can disrelish. The act of disrelishing, I don't even know how you would use that in a context. But we also have disrelish again, second form noun from circa 1625. Lack of relish. This is not the relish that you put on the hot dog, although, I mean, obviously, yes, it should be that. Hey, where's my hot dog? This is a disrelish. You've disrelished my hot dog. Where is the relish? Please put the relish on. Why do we even call that relish? That's what it's called, right? This is such a weird word. Okay, so the synonyms for the noun of disrelish are distaste and dislike. Yep. I have disrelish for mushrooms. That's really the one thing that I really just don't care for. But I don't know, maybe there's other things. I choose not to eat the dairy or the eggs or the milk, the meat. But I do like them. I do like the taste of them, but I just don't eat them. The next word, disremember. Disremember. I think this is fairly obvious, but let's read it. Transitive verb from 1805. The synonym is forget. Oh, I disremembered to put on my shoes. I forgot. Why don't we use this one? Forget. It's shorter. It's easier to say, but I do think what we should do is just start putting dis before any word that you can think of if you mean the opposite of it. And I think you'll hit it 100% of the time. It'll be fantastic. So disremember. Don't disremember to put the letter in the mailbox. Next, disrepair. Noun from 1798. The state of being in need of repair. As in, a building fallen into disrepair. It needs to be repaired. It is in a state of needing to be repaired. It is in disrepair. Disrepair. My brain is in disrepair. Do. Next is disreputable. Adjective from circa 1726. Not reputable. That's the whole definition. Just not reputable. What is reputable? It's, I guess, yeah, it's about your reputation. We do have another word next that might give a little bit more information. But yeah, it's maybe something that has a bad reputation. It's not good. You don't want to be involved with it in some way. It's disreputable. Disreputability is a noun. Disreputableness is a noun. And disreputably is an adverb. Next is disrepute. Noun from 1637. Lack or decline of good reputation. Also, a state of being held in low esteem. A synonym is the word disgrace. You have disgraced your reputation. People don't have a good outlook on what you are, who you are, what you're doing, where you are, when you are, why you are, how you are. Bad reputation. You're in a state of disrepute. Ba-ba-da-ba-da-ba-wo. Disrespect is next. Transitive verb from 1614, 1. To have disrespect for. If you don't like a thing, a person, probably a person, you have no respect for them because they're a big old dummy, then you are disrespecting them. Number 2, to show or express disrespect or contempt for. The synonyms are insult, or I guess you'd say insult, and diss. Ooh, you got dissed because you don't deserve any respect, and we are going to show and express disrespect or contempt for you because what did you do? You did something bad. As in, disrespected the officer. Maybe the officer may not have done anything bad, but you still disrespected him, or him or her, doesn't matter, the officer. Yes, you showed disrespect for them, and that probably didn't go down very well with the officer. But there's a good chance that maybe the officer wasn't behaving the best. Maybe lots of possible situations, and then maybe they deserved the disrespect. Disrespect again, second form, noun from 1621. Lack of respect. Disrespectful is an adjective, disrespectfully is an adverb, and disrespectfulness is a noun. It's just, in general, just the fact of lack of respect. There's no respect in this room. There's disrespect. I hope you respect me. I hope that also this word respect sounds very strange to you as well. Let's make it sound stranger. Disrespectable. Adjective from 1798. Not respectable. Disrespectability is a noun. So this is the thing that doesn't, it deserves no respect. It doesn't deserve any respect. You should not give it any respect because it can't have it. It won't allow it. It is not respectable. It is disrespectable. The next word is disrobe. Verb from 1581. Intransitive is to take off one's clothing. You are taking off your own clothing in this situation. You are disrobing yourself. And transitive is to strip of clothing or covering. So in this case, you are taking off the clothes of someone else or something that's wearing clothes. What else would be wearing clothes if it's not a person? Or just some sort of covering. So maybe if you take the tablecloth off of the table, you are disrobing the table, and the table is like,
"Oh my God, I'm nude now. Put my clothes back on."
That's what tables say. This is from the Middle French, disrober, which is the dis prefix plus robe, but it's French, so how did they say robe? Robe. It just means garment. We knew that. And then, of course, there are things called robes that maybe you'll put on after a shower. I used to have a robe. I used to wear a robe, but I don't really know why. I'm at the point now where I dry off and then I put on clothes. I don't walk around in a robe. Do people do this? You see people in movies wear robes. Do people do this for real? Robes and slippers and... Should I get a robe? I don't think I need a robe. I'm not going to walk around in a robe or sit in a robe. I'm just not going to do that. I'm just going to wear like pajama pants and a shirt. That's what I do. Anything else about disrobe? I don't know. I think it's just a funny word. Disrobe. Take the clothes off. The next word. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Disrupt. Verb, it's a transitive verb from 1793, 1A. To break apart, and the synonym is rupture. A balloon, a water balloon. It has been disrupted. We disrupted the balloon while we were blowing it up. It broke apart. 1B, to throw into disorder, as in agitators trying to disrupt the meeting. They want to throw the meeting into disorder because maybe they don't like what the people are talking about in the meeting. Maybe these disruptors or these agitators, or as I read it, alligators, maybe it's a climate change thing. Maybe it's an ethical thing. Maybe it's animal welfare, Black Lives Matter, LGBTQ. Maybe they're saying, hey, we deserve some respect. Don't disrespect us. We're going to disrupt your meeting because you're not doing the things that we like. Yeah. Number 2, to interrupt the normal course or unity of. Just interrupting whatever the normal course is. If you got a habit throughout the day, you got your routine, you like your routine's going great, and then all of a sudden, something just disrupts your normal course of your day, and it just really just throws a wrench into everything, and it's disruptive. That's what it is. And I don't like it when that happens, but you got to just go with the flow. It's going to happen all the time. Things are going to disrupt your life, and you just have to accept it and move forward and figure out a solution very quickly and as calmly as you can. Disruptor is a noun. Disruption, that is a noun. That's when the volcano explodes. It's a disruption. Disruptive is an adjective. Disruptively is an adverb, and disruptiveness is a noun. That was the end of the DISR section. And here we go with the DISS section, which is going to last 1, 2, 3, about 4 episodes total. Dis, D-I-S-S, first form, variation of dis with 1 S. La 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 la. Dis, second form, abbreviation for dissertation. And that word will be tomorrow's episode. No, the 2 episodes from now. Dissatisfaction is next. I can't get no dissatisfaction. Oh, wait. Yes. Okay. Noun from circa 1610. The quality or state of being dissatisfied. The synonym is discontent. Maybe this podcast gives you lots of dissatisfaction. I hope that sometimes people come to this show and they either hear the first episode or they just hear a lousy one and they're like, nope, sorry, I got no satisfaction from that podcast. I'm going to not ever come back to it. But I hope that they do come back, because that's the thing about every episode is it's different. All the words are different. So sometimes it's good, sometimes it's not so good. Dissatisfactory is next. Dissatisfactory. It's the factory where they make the things that satisfy you that don't satisfy you. That's what it is. Adjective from circa 1610, causing dissatisfaction. A thing can be dissatisfactory. I hope this is not a dissatisfactory podcast, like I said. Dissatisfied. Adjective from circa 1630. Dissatisfied. Expressing or showing lack of satisfaction. Also, not pleased or satisfied. I am not pleased with the things that you are doing. You have dissatisfied me. Examples: dissatisfied customers. hey, the customer is always right, and so you got to do what you can to satisfy them, but sometimes you can't. You just sometimes can't. I worked at a video store, and I had a dissatisfied customer, and I tried to calmly describe the situation, and they didn't care, and they were not happy, and I got real angry. But not to him. I got angry afterwards. Also is in dissatisfied with his response. That was the worst response ever. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-bow. Dissatisfy. That's next. Transitive verb from 1666. To fail to satisfy. The synonym is displease. To fail to satisfy, whatever you're trying to do, they've not been pleased. They've not been satisfied. The food did not satisfy my hunger or my taste. So I am dissatisfied by that meal. Dissave is next. By the way, yeah, these are all D-I-double-S. D-I-S-S-A-V-E. There were some words that we had, let's see, I think in the couple previous episodes we had disport, and there was something else, dispread. I think in those contexts, they got rid of one of the S's, but now we're in a place where they did not get rid of the second S. That's why we got a double S. Okay, dissave. Dissave. Intransitive verb from 1936. To use savings for current expenses. So you got a savings account with all your extra money, your 37 extra dollars, and but you don't have enough money in your regular account, so you have to take from your savings to pay for your expenses. And so you are dissaving. It is the opposite of saving. You are using your savings, so you're not saving money. You're spending money. I think both are good. I think it's I don't know. I think it's good to have savings if you can. Obviously, if you can, that's the biggest problem right there. But you gotta have the money flow and not spend more than your means. But if you're just sitting hoarding it, it's not doing anything. I don't really know where I'm going with that. It's not from an economic standpoint. It's from an energy flow kind of thing. Next and last word. I feel like I've done this sound effect before. I think this sound, this rhythm, these tones just sort of come naturally to my brain. So I have a good suspicion that I've done something very similar to that before. I will try to do something different, but no promises from me. Okay, the last word, deceit. D-I-S-S-E-A-T. Transitive verb from 1612. It's archaic, and the synonym is unseat. So if you stand up, you are disseating yourself. If you remove somebody from their throne, from their office, from their thing, their spot where they sit, you have disseated them. Yeah, I mean, literally, I could stand up right now, and that would be the intransitive verb, which is not here. But yes, I would be disseating myself. Deceit. It's not deceit, because I think that's D-E-C-E-I-T. That's if you're deceiving somebody, you're like lying and cheating and stuff. This is different. Deceit. It's about a chair, kind of. Okay, we had a bunch of words with a lot of short definitions today. So what did we have? We had disquietude, disquisition, disrate, disregard, disrelated, disrelation, disrelish, disremember, disrepair, disreputable, disrepute, disrespect, disrespectable, disrobe, disrupt, dissatisfaction, dissatisfactory, dissatisfied, dissatisfied with a D, dissatisfy, dissave, and deceit. Oh, there were really some good ones. I mean, I like disrobe. Who doesn't like disrobe? I liked disremember. That's a funny word. I think I kind of want to go with disquisition. It's like inquisition, but it's disquisition. Yeah. Yeah. Let's do disquisition just 'cause it's a fun word. I like the word disquisition. It's a great word. It's disquisition. Nobody expects the disquisition. Or maybe it's the inquisition that they don't expect and they do expect the disquisition. I guess, what is the difference between these? A formal inquiry into or discussion of a subject. Are they the same? No, they can't be the same. Inquisition and disquisition. They seem different. Anyway, that is going to be the end of this episode, this very bonkers episode. I think that's it. Movie time. I will quickly say that we watched John Wick 1 a couple of nights ago, and I think I may have mentioned that. It was a good reminder because the fourth one is coming out, and then last night we watched John Wick 3. Sharon watched John Wick 2 in the middle, and I was busy. But John Wick 3, it's good. And I have so many questions about these movies. I really, really like them. But, like, I was thinking so many things. How many bullets were shot, in the world of John Wick, in those 3 movies? How many bullets have gone off? How many guns have been thrown at people? How many people have died? How many? I don't know. I don't understand. I had a lot of other thoughts and questions and things, but they're just fantastic movies because they put what am I trying to say? There's not a lot of plot exactly. It's a lot of fighting, but the fighting is so good. It's the best fighting, I think, in like any movie that I've ever seen. The stunt people deserve all of the respect. Holy crap. There was just stunning. And, but there's like emotion and heart and comedy and, And, they expand the world with each movie. And yeah, they're just real fun with amazing action. And, they're, after you've seen them maybe once or twice, they're probably a good kind of like background movie if you like a lot of gunshots sounds, because there's a lot of those. That's all I got to say. Thank you very much for listening to this and me talk. This has been Spencer dispensing information. Goodbye. Hello, word nerds. Welcome to the dictionary. I am Spencer, and I am reading the dictionary, and I'm telling you all about it and everything that I think that you think... Wait, what? Everything that I think you should know about it, I say. Things that I come up with, explanations, and sometimes singy-songy things, too. Hey... Okay, let's talk about the first word in this episode, which is dissect, or dissect, or dissect. Emphasize either syllable, and the first syllable can be di or dissect. D-I-S-S-E-C-T. It is a verb from 1598. And we're starting with transitive, number 1. To separate into pieces. What's that song? I cut my life to pieces. This is my last resort. I don't remember all the words. Cut my life into pieces? Maybe that's what it is. Oh, his life is being dissected. Okay, so what does it say? To separate into pieces, and then also expose the several parts of for scientific examination. And the thing that has the parts that you are exposing is an animal. Probably this dissection is happening to an animal. And this is a whole thing. Number 2, to analyze and interpret minutely, as in dissect a problem. What is the problem with my brain. Let's look at all the little details and let's take it apart and analyze it. But back to this whole animal thing. This is a thing that a lot of kids have to do in maybe junior high or high school in a biology class. Some schools have more than just your standard biology class. They might have a whole anatomy class, and then they got to dissect things. I think I dissected a worm. I think I dissected a frog. This was in, I believe, my sophomore year biology class. And then we got to the fetal pig. And we were in groups of maybe 3 people. And all 3 of us in my group refused. We just said, no, I'm sorry. I can't do this. I can't dissect a fetal pig. The smell was too much. It was too cute. I couldn't do it. It's shocking that I didn't go vegan earlier. Yeah, it was just too much for me. I couldn't do it. Yeah, but humans have been dissected so they could see what's going on in the body. What are the different parts? Let's name the parts. What are they all doing? There's been some artists in the past. There was one big one that I can't think of the name right now. But yeah, there were certain people who would somehow acquire dead bodies. This was hundreds of years ago, and usually illegally, I think. And they would take apart the body and then draw all the pieces, which has had a huge effect on the knowledge of the human body. I mean, they did this to animals too. But I want to believe, I have to believe that there's also this sort of morbid curiosity that they had. I can't imagine it was all anatomy-based curiosity. I think that they were just like, ooh, death, cool. So yeah, they were weirder people than we would like to think probably. But, they helped science a lot, so I guess that's good. Hey, okay, we need to go to the intransitive for dissect, which is to make a dissection. A synonym is the word analyze. Dissector is a noun. That would be a cool villain name for a comic book or something, the Dissector, if it doesn't already exist. So this is from the Latin dissecare, which means to cut apart. That is from dis plus secare, which means to cut. And there's more at the word saw. So to cut, you put the dis prefix, it becomes to cut apart, and that is literally what you're doing. You're cutting a thing, you're cutting into its skin and the muscles and all those things, and then you rip it open, and then you're like, oh, cool, liver and hearts and lungs and spleens and gallbladders, oh my, sweet. It's fun stuff. Yeah, I'm not going to be doing any dissecting. Okay, we now need to make a sound effect. I feel like it should be something dissecting related. What sort of sound would you make? I don't know what the sound is of a scalpel cutting through skin. Oh, this is a great way to start an episode, isn't it? Yeah, I can't think of anything. So, well, I mean, we could just go like... That's like the sound of the organs, your guts, when you stick your hand in there and your guts go... Why not? Hey, we got thousands of episodes to do. We might as well do some that are just really fucked up. Okay, the next word is dissected. Adjective from 1652. 1. Cut deeply into fine lobes. Lobes, as in a dissected leaf. Yeah, you see lots of leaves that have they have lobes. They have like one bumpy thing here and another bump there and another bump there. And so parts of it it's kind of been dissected. Number 2, divided into hills and ridges. And the examples, it says by gorges. So I guess if hills and ridges are divided by gorges, they have been dissected. It's they're just separated into pieces. The example there is a dissected plateau. The plateau has been dissected into pieces, or maybe it was dissected away from something because of a gorge? Sure. It sounds like there's an alien inside your guts. The next word is dissecting microscope. 2 words, noun from circa 1897. A low magnification stereo microscope used especially in examining or dissecting biological specimens. All right, so first of all, low magnification, which means it's going to magnify the image somewhat because it's a microscope. That's what they do. But it's not a high magnification, which means it's not going to, it might be like a 10 times or 100 times magnification. It's not going to be 1,000 times or something like that. I don't really know what is considered low magnification or high magnification. Maybe we should put that in the show notes. Future Spencer, what is low magnification? Like, is 10 times low magnification, and then high magnification, would that be 100 times? I don't know, but you can go look in the show notes because maybe I will put some information there. So it's just a bit of magnification, just so you can see things closer than your human eye could do. And then it's a stereo microscope, which means that it's going to have 2 eye holes instead of 1. So if your eyeballs are working properly and they're both pointed in the same direction, you could put 1 eyeball in one of the things and put the other eyeball in the other thing, and then you'll be able to see through both. And I have to assume that it's going to be in 3 dimensions because it's a stereo microscope, that the 2 things, you're going to look at the what you're dissecting from 2 slightly different angles, and those viewpoints are going to combine in your brain to make it look like it's in you could see dimension. That's pretty cool. I've never looked through a stereo microscope. I want to do that. Can you help me out there with that? That would be cool. I don't want to dissect anything with it. I just want to look at things in 3 dimensions with it. The next word is dissection. Noun from 1578. 1. The act or process of dissecting, and then the state of being dissected. So the thing that is being dissected is a dissection. It's in a state of dissection because it's being dissected, but it's probably dead. I sure would like to think that it is already dead. How it became dead, I don't know. I do have some issues. Sometimes I hope they're naturally dead and they didn't get murdered for the dissection. I would not like that very much. Number 2, for dissection, an anatomical specimen prepared by dissecting. The thing is called a dissection. Oh, you couldn't call it by its animal name or maybe its real name. You just call it a dissection because it has no life or personality anymore. No more dissection words. Now we have, I guess it's pronounced disease. Yeah, disease. You can spell it D-I-S-S-E-I-S-E, or the last S can be replaced with a Z, so it's disease. Let's see, this is a transitive verb from the 14th century. To deprive, especially wrongfully, of season or season. That's S-E-I-S-I-N. The synonym is dispossess. So, see, I don't know what season is in this case. I mean, dispossess. We just had that. I was just listening to that one, getting it ready to be posted. Dispossess is to put out of possession or occupancy, so you don't own it really anymore. Seizing. I wonder if this is literally about let's look at the etymology, you dummy. It is from Anglo-French, dessaisir, which is dis plus saisir, which means to put in possession of. So saisir is to put in possession of, but then if you put the dis prefix, you're taking it away from somebody, right? That's dispossess, right? That makes sense. There's more with the word seize, S-E-I-Z-E, which also makes sense because the word is disseize. But that's kind of weird because seize is when you are taking a thing away, which seems like that's the whole idea of this word. So why is the dis prefix on it in the first place? It seems like the synonym should be seize. I don't know. This is kind of confusing. What does the definition say again? To deprive, especially wrongfully, of season. You're taking a thing away, but you're doing it wrongfully. I guess that's what it is. I don't know. Maybe the next word will help, but first we have to say that another form of this word, disseizer, that is a noun. So that is the one who is doing the disseizing. And the next word is disseason. So the word in the previous definition was, so it was to deprive especially wrongfully of season. So this next word is that same word, season, but with a D-I-S in front of it. Disseason. Noun from the 14th century, the act of disseizing and the state of being disseized. So that didn't really help. Thanks, guys. You're real helpful here. I'm not going to go to the S's to read season, but it seems like it's something about seizing a thing away from somebody, maybe stealing. Maybe it seems like stealing might be a good synonym, but they didn't put that here, so I'm not sure. You can figure it out on your own. Moving on. Next is dissemble. Dissemble. Verb from the 15th century. I wonder if this is going to be similar to disassemble. This one's just dissemble. We are starting with transitive number 1, to hide under a false appearance. So maybe you're putting on a disguise, and that's your false appearance, and then you hide. You're hiding away from somebody. You don't want them to find you because you're running away from the law. So you have to dissemble yourself. It's like you're assembling a disguise. Ooh, it's so sneaky. Number 2, to put on the appearance of. So you have to dissemble yourself, and then you can dissemble. You have to put on the dissemble. The synonym there is the word simulate. So you're simulating what it is like to look like somebody else. And then you can hide once you pretend to be somebody else. Intransitive is to put on a false appearance. Also, conceal facts, intentions, or feelings under some pretense. It's all about just being sneaky. Concealing the things, your intentions, your feelings. Dissembler is a noun. Does this get used? Do we still use it? It's an old word. It's from the 15th century, so the 1400s. So about 600 years ago. I don't know if we still use this. Let's see. The etymology, not so much information. It says there's more at the word dissimulate, which is, that's going to be in the next episode. Dissimulate. Simulating, but dissimulate. But the synonym here was simulate. So why are dissimulate and simulate the same thing? Why is the English language so dumb? Disseminate is next. Transitive verb from 1566, disseminate. Number 1, to spread abroad as though sowing seed, as in disseminate ideas. If you got some ideas and you want people to know about them, you got to disseminate them to the people. That's how you get the word out. Otherwise, it's just an idea that's going to stick in your head, and that's it. Maybe things that I have said here on this podcast will slowly disseminate through the entire world population. But I don't think anything really has been said that's all that intelligent, so probably not. Ideas. What else can you disseminate as though sowing seed? Yeah, there are things you can disseminate. Ideas is a big one. You can make a little thing and then make a whole bunch of them, make 8 billion of them, and then pass them one by one to all the people in the world. You're disseminating your little gadget. 2, to disperse throughout. That's it. Just throughout all of the things, you are dispersing a thing. Dissemination is a noun. Disseminator is a noun. Disseminator is doing dissemination. They are disseminating. And the etymology says this is from the Latin disseminare, which is from dis plus seminare, which means to sow, S-O-W, like sowing seeds. You're planting a thing to grow. And that word, seminare, is from, I think we're still Latin. I guess you would pronounce it semen or semin, and that means seed. So the seed you plant in the ground or plant somewhere to grow. And yes, that is the same as the English word semen, S-E-M-E-N, which is, as we all know, this is the stuff that comes out of a person with a penis and those male reproductive organs, and it contains the little spermy guys who are gonna go swimming around hunting for an egg, and they are basically the seeds, and they're going to try and plant themselves to make a thing grow. So disseminate is related to semen because it's the idea about, hey, that's literally what is going on with semen. When the ejaculation happens, the semen is like,
Whew! Let's go planting. Let's spread these things all over the place.
and I don't like that idea with this context. Not at all. Okay. Disseminated. Adjective from 1876, widely dispersed in a tissue, organ, or the entire body. As in, disseminated gonococcal disease. So if a gonococcal disease has been disseminated into a body, it is widely dispersed into the whole body or a whole organ or the tissues in the body, the muscles, the ligaments, the bones, whatever it is. I don't know what a gonococcal disease is exactly, so I can't talk to that specifically, but that's okay. Disseminated, it seems like the definition is pretty specific to a body, a living thing. But I would think that you could use the word disseminated for something that's not in a living body. That's what I would think. I don't know. I'm a dummy. The next word is disseminule. D-I-S-S-E-M-I-N-U-L-E. Disseminule. Noun from 1904. A part or organ, as a seed or spore, of a plant that ensures propagation. So this is the thing of an organ. It's a seed, a spore from a fungi, a plant, probably even a human body, an animal body, a living body. It does say it's from a plant, though, so I guess we can't talk about that. It's from a plant, and it is the thing that as long as it gets planted and in some way it gets into a situation where it can grow into a new version of this plant, then it can propagate. That is called a disseminule. It's designed to do that, which is why it is called a disseminule. Whether or not it actually turns into another version of this thing, whether or not propagation actually happens, it kind of doesn't matter, but it's designed to propagate. A disseminule. I mean, I guess you could call sperm or eggs in an animal body a disseminule. I don't know if scientifically we do that, though. Dissension is next. Dissension. You can spell it Dissension or Tion. Noun from the 14th century. The synonym is disagreement. So yes, I disagree with you, so I am doing a dissension. But there's a bit more, especially partisan and contentious quarreling. So this is when we're fighting, maybe we're partisan, we're parts of two different parties, and that's why we disagree on things, and we're very contentious about it. A synonym is the word discord. Yeah, I think I remember talking about dissension a little bit when we had that word or something. And you know, this is in the legal world, in like the Supreme Court for the country, or maybe like a state Supreme Court. They have to come up with a decision, and whatever. I don't know what the name is for the decision that the majority rules, but the people who don't. Who are not part of the majority, they're part of the minority. They did not get their decision. Their decision was not the one that won. Wow, I don't know how to talk so good. Anyway, the minority writes a dissension to explain why, what they think. And it's opposite of the people who, oh my God, the words are so hard. I don't know what they're called. The winners and the losers, the majority and the minority. The minority writes a dissension to disagree with the decision that was decided. Sure, fine. Moving on. Dissensus. Dissensus. Noun from 1962. Difference of opinion. Dissensus. Yeah, I mean, this is related to dissension because it's a difference of opinion about a thing. So you can argue, you can disagree, you can quarrel. But I guess, so this is a noun, so you can have a dissensus when you are disagreeing with somebody. So if you are disagreeing with somebody and you realize that you have a difference of opinion and you may never change the other person's mind, you should say, you know what, we have a dissensus here. We're not going to be able to finish this argument, this disagreement in any way. We're stuck here because of this dissensus. Next. Dissent. First form. This one is an intransitive verb from the 15th century. Number 1, to withhold assent. Now, what sort of assent is that? Like ascending to a thing? Yeah, I'm not sure. But you're withholding an assent. You are dissenting. Number 2, to differ in opinion. So again, back to the Supreme Court example. Let's talk about something recent. The overturning of Roe versus Wade. The people who thought that Roe versus Wade should not be reversed, they wrote a dissent. They differed in opinion about that. So they wrote a dissension, I guess. They dissented because they disagreed with it being changed. I would be in agreement with them because I also didn't think it should change. And yeah, so they wrote a dissension. I wonder if I can find it, because it might be public knowledge. If I can find that dissension, I'll put it in the show notes. I'll put a link there. Okay, this is from the Latin desentire, which is from dis plus sentire, which means to feel. Something about how you feel. You feel... Well, if you put the dis in front of it, I guess that means you feel the opposite of the other person, to put it very simply. Yeah. There's more at the word sense, S-E-N-S-E. The second form of dissent, noun from 1585, difference of opinion, as in heard voices of dissent at the meeting. So we were at a meeting And there were people who were dissenting because they were expressing that they felt differently than what the other people thought. So yeah, this is a noun. I have a dissent. I need to explain why I have a dissent. We have A, B, and C under difference of opinion. A, religious nonconformity. So I guess if you don't conform to a religion, then you have a dissent against that religion. Is that kind of what we're saying? We're not conforming to whatever the religious situation is. B, a justice's non-concurrence with a decision of the majority, called also dissenting opinion. Yes, this is the example that we've already mentioned multiple times. I don't know why I say we all the time. It's just me. It's I. I'm the one that matters. So yeah, the Supreme Court Justice, the court justice, they do not concur with the majority's decision. So they are in the minority, and they have a dissenting opinion. And C, political opposition to a government or its policies, as in attempts to suppress domestic dissent. Political opposition to a government. So if you just don't agree with the political situation, the government that is currently in place or its policies, then you have a dissent against them, right? Attempts to suppress domestic dissent. So in that example, I guess maybe the government is trying to shut down the people who disagree with that government. And that's not cool. I mean, we have freedom of speech here. Not everybody does, I guess, but not all the other countries do necessarily. But you should be allowed to say what you think, I think. The next word is dissenter. Noun from 1639. One that dissents. The Supreme Court justice is a dissenter because they are dissenting with their dissension about what they think. Number 2 is capitalized. An English nonconformist. So I guess this is probably related to that religious nonconformity. So they are not conforming to whatever is the standard religion in their English area. Do your guts make that sound? If you do, I think you should go to the hospital. Next word is dissentient. Dissentient. D-I-S-S-E-N-T-I-E-N-T. Adjective from 1651, expressing dissent. Dissentient is also a noun, or dissentient, I guess that's how you say it. So yes, if you can be a dissentient person if you are expressing how you feel that is different from how other people feel. Dissenting, with an ing, adjective, often capitalized, from 1644, of or relating to the English nonconformists, as in a dissenting church, also as in dissenting merchants. So a dissenting church, I guess, would be a church that is just different. They decided to go another route than all the other churches. So they're dissenting. They're disagreeing in opinion with the way that churches should be run. Maybe, possibly, sure. There is only one more word for this episode, and it is also related to these last handful of words. Dissentious. D-I-S-S-E-N-T-I-O-U-S. Adjective from 1560. Characterized by dissension or dissent, is dissentious. Okay, hey, let's reread the words. We had dissect, dissected, dissecting microscope, dissection, dissease, disseason, dissemble, disseminate, disseminated, disseminule, dissension, dissensus, dissent, dissent, dissenter, dissentient or dissentient, dissenting, and dissentious. This was a great section of words. Some really important things in here. Let's see. I mean, I think a dissecting microscope is fascinating. I'm not about to do any dissecting, though. I think the whole world of dissent, dissension, dissent, all of those words, how many were there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 words, and one of them had 2 forms. All of that is great because we should be able to express our opinions, but which one of them do we want to pick? Is it just dissent, the idea of dissenting? Let's see. I mean, dissensus is just a difference in opinion. But then dissent is the act of differing in opinion and maybe talking about how you differ. Maybe we'll just do that. That's kind of the good overarching word for all these last 7 words. Dissent. I think we should just it's good when you can do that and express how you feel. That doesn't necessarily mean you're going to change any minds, but you should have a platform where you can disagree. And there have been a lot of Supreme Court decisions that maybe I didn't agree with, and so I would have dissented. I would have been a dissenter. But luckily, the minority people, the people who didn't win that case, they wrote a dissenting opinion in that context. So it's a good thing to learn. I didn't really know this word in the Supreme Court context until I was an adult. And so if you're a young one, you're getting an earlier education. I need to dissent because I think what you said is wrong according to my opinion. My dissent is the opposite of your opinion. Dissent, dissent, dissension, dissentious. I'm feeling really dissentious now because I don't agree with what you said, but it is my opinion and you can't take that away from me. All right, long episode. Apologies if that's frustrating to you. This is the end of this episode. Thank you very much for listening, and until next time, this is Spencer dispensing dissent. Can we get dissent in there? I can't think of how. Spencer dispensing information. Goodbye. Hey, word nerds, how you doing? I am Spencer. I am so glad that you're here. Come on, let's listen to me talk about the words in this book called the dictionary. The book is the dictionary and the podcast is the dictionary. Please rate and review this show. If you have listened to more than one episode, I think that it is your duty, your job to write a review and give it the 5 stars because that's what it deserves. Share this podcast, subscribe to this podcast, watch this show on YouTube at SpeedJampar. I think that's my YouTube channel name. Let's see. Call the Google Voice number 917-727-5757. Leave a message. Tell me anything you want to tell me. Email me, dictionarypod@gmail.com. Follow this show on Twitter and Instagram at dictionarypod. You can follow my own personal stuff at SpeedJampar, SpeeJampar, and if you follow that on TikTok, then you might see some dictionary-related TikToks of me with silly faces talking about the first word in whatever episode it is that I'm recording at that time. The first word in this episode is dissipament. D-I-S-S-E-P-I-M-E-N-T. Dissipament. Noun from circa 1727. A dividing tissue is a dissipament, and the synonym is septum, which isn't that the thing that's in your nose? It divides one nostril from the other nostril, I think. And I think you probably have septums in other places too, possibly. It is tissue. in the body, some sort of tissue, maybe cartilage, and it divides something. The etymology for dissipament is from the Latin dissipimentum, which is partition, from dis plus sipere, which means to divide, which is also from, wait a minute, why are you saying this twice? Dis plus sipere is also to fence in. So if you're making a fence in your nose, that's sipere or dissipimentum. Interesting. There's more at the word septum. The sound effect shall be honk honk. The next word is dessert or dessert, but this is, of course, spelled with a D-I-S at the beginning, not like a cake that's a dessert or a cookie or a brownie or a pie that you shove in your mouth hole. Dessert, intransitive verb from 1657, to speak or write at length. I'm disserting because I am speaking at length, about a half hour each episode. I record about 8 times a week. That's probably going to change when I start the E's, I'm sorry to say. But anyway, dissert, the etymology is from the Latin verb desserere, which is from dis plus serere, which means to join or arrange. Join, arrange. So I guess if you're writing lots of things and arranging them in an order and then joining them together, that writing at length is dissert. There's more at the word series. So if you write a series, make a series of things, that's also dissert. It doesn't say anything about speaking, though. That's fine. I guess we can let that go. Dessert. I am disserting while eating dessert in a desert. Honk honk. The next word is dissertate. Dissertate. Intransitive verb from 1766. The synonym is the word that we just read, dissert, but then also to write a dissertation. We're going to get to that soon. Dissertator is a noun, and of course I want that to be somebody writing a dissertation about potatoes. Similar etymology. So speaking or writing at length would definitely be writing a dissertation, because those are usually pretty long. So dissertating is disserting. Yeah, disserting. Dissertator. The next word. Honk, honk, honk. Dissertation. Noun from 1651. An extended, usually written treatment of a subject, specifically one submitted for a doctorate. You gotta write up this long thing about a very specific subject. You probably studied it a lot, and then you are going to submit it so you can hopefully get your doctorate. This is, advanced college things. Dissertational is an adjective. Somebody once told me a funny story. Unfortunately, this is not first-hand experience. This was a second-hand story that was told to me. But they were with one of their friends in high school, I think, and he said something about he tried to say the word dissertation, something about writing a research paper on something, but instead he mixed up the word and instead something like, I'm not going to write my dysentery about it, or something along those lines. And of course, they thought it was very funny that he mixed up dysentery and dissertation. And dysentery, did we already have dysentery, or is that going to be? I don't even know how to spell it anymore. I think it's with a Y. I think there's a Y in there. So we haven't gotten to there yet. Oh, we're going to have so much fun when we get to that word. Dissertation, dissertational is an adjective. If I didn't say that, moving on to honk honk. Disserve. Disserve, 2 S's. transitive verb from circa 1629. To serve badly or falsely. The synonym is harm. Well, maybe you're playing a tennis match and your serve hit the net, so it was a very bad serve and you disserved a bad serve. Or maybe you're a server, waiter, waitress at a restaurant, and you're just a very bad server and you're dropping glasses and drinks and food, and you're not writing anything down, and you don't remember what you were supposed to write down, and you're like, nah, I got it, I'm fine. I'm disserving. I would request that if you're a server, don't be a bad server. If you can't remember the things, just write them down. That's fine. I was a server for a little bit. I had to write things down. I don't think I was a bad server. Yeah. It's not that hard to be a bad server. Or no, it's not that hard to be a good server. But the problem is that people have high expectations of what you want, and you never know what their expectations are. So you just got to kind of do whatever you think is right, do your best job, and then hopefully you don't get those people who have just insanely high expectations. Disserve. Serve? What is serving badly or falsely? What are we serving here? Honk honk. Disservice is next. Noun from 1599. Ill service. The synonym is again harm. Also, an unhelpful, unkind, or harmful act, as in misinformation that does a disservice to readers. Misinformation that would definitely do a disservice to readers because it's going to harm. It's going to give them the wrong stuff that they need. It's not helpful in any way. It's very unkind. So we don't need any misinformation to do disservice to us. I hope all my readings and everything for this podcast are doing a service to you and not a disservice. Except for maybe my sound effects. Honk honk. Disserviceable is next. Adjective from 1635. The synonym is counterproductive. Counterproductive, yeah. A disservice would be disserviceable because it is not helping. It is counterproductive. It's not pushing things forward. It's maybe pushing things backward. And I don't like it when we do that. Going backwards. We don't need to go back in time. I think that there are things that I think we could do as a society that don't necessarily need to progress forward so much, but maybe forward in a different way than they already are. I don't know. It's, I don't like to be counterproductive, though. I don't want to redo work. Honk, honk. Dissever is next. D-I-S-S-E-V-E-R. Verb from the 13th century. Starting with transitive, which is a couple of synonyms, sever and separate. Sever and separate. So sever is the same as dissever, and that's frustrating to me. Sever, it's like, it's you're cutting a thing. You're separating it into two or more pieces. Maybe you're dissecting. The intransitive is to come apart, and the synonym is disunite. It just comes apart. It just falls apart. Oh, you didn't put it together very well. It just came apart. It dissevered itself. It was united, and then it became disunited. Disunited States of America. Feels like is what we are. Disseverance is a noun. Disseverment is a noun. Disseverance, that's interesting because, of course, that reminds me of the word severance. There's that new TV show, which I haven't watched yet, called Severance. But, when you get, like, laid off from a job, you get a severance. And I guess that's because you're being severed from the job. They're severing you, separating you from the job. And so they give you a severance. I never thought about the etymology of that word. So the etymology of this word, dissever, is, from the Latin dis plus separare, which means to separate, and that's it. Honk, honk, honk. Next is dissidence. Noun from circa 1656. The synonyms are dissent and disagreement, as in political dissidence. We have so much political dissidence currently. I think the House is run by the Republicans and the Senate is run by the Democrats. And so, yeah, we have a very dissident political situation. Oh, that's our next word. Honk, honk, honk. Dissident. Adjective from 1769. Disagreeing, especially with an established religious or political system, organization, or belief. Dissident is also a noun. The person who is being dissident, who is dissident, who has dissidence. So, there's an established system in place, organization, whatever it is. And if you don't agree with that, then you are dissident because you don't agree. That's the whole thing about this. The etymology specifically is from the Latin verb dissidere, which means to sit apart or disagree. And that is from dis plus sidere, which means to sit, and there's more at the word sit. So you're sitting apart from them. That's the thing. You're like you guys sit over there. You guys can you feel this one way about a thing, but I don't feel that way. So I'm just gonna sit over here with the other people who feel the same way as me. We're gonna sit together. Should we have a conversation and maybe try and change each other's minds? Maybe make some progress. Let's not be counterproductive. Let's bring the people together if we can. It's not always going to happen, but we can try. Honk, honk. Dissimilar is next. Adjective from 1599. The synonym is unlike. There are some things that are like each other, and there are other things that are unlike each other. They are not the same. They are not like each other, so they are dissimilar. As in, people with dissimilar backgrounds. And it is great when those people come together in harmony and unity and love and compassion. And just because they have dissimilar backgrounds doesn't mean that they can't agree on things, doesn't mean that they can't be together happily. That's what I want to see. Dissimilarity is a noun, and dissimilarly is an adverb. It's good when dissimilar things come together, I think. They have proven that if a company, a group, an organization has lots of different types of people, it's going to be better than if they're all the same. Honk, honk. Next is dissimulate. Intransitive verb from 1841, to undergo dissimulation, which we will talk about in a second. Dissimulatory is an adjective. Undergoing dissimulation. Well, let's talk about that. Honk, honk, honk. Dissimulation, noun from circa 1874. The change or omission of one or two identical or closely related sounds in a word. I would love an example of what this is. But let's see. So if they're similar, what do they get? They get combined or omitted. The change or omission of one or two identical or closely related sounds in a word. So, I mean, I guess that maybe dissimulation has a dissimulation because there are two S's next to each other. They sort of just get combined into one S sound. That may not be the best example. I feel like I need to do a bit more research on dissimulation in context of sounds and words, and maybe I'll put some information in the show notes so we can all learn about what that is exactly. Honk, honk, honk. I decided to honk today. I don't know why. Dissimilitude or what is this? Dissimilitude. You got to emphasize the meh, and then the last syllable can be tude or dissimilitude. Dissimilitude. Noun from the 15th century. Lack of resemblance. Things ain't resembling each other. They are dissimilar. And they have dissimilitude. Let's see. This is from the Latin dissimilis, which means unlike, which is from dis plus similis, which means like. So, of course, you put the dis prefix on there, it becomes unlike. And there's more at the word same. Dissimilitude. I love saying that word. Dissimilitude, dissimilitude, dissimilitude. What's your attitude? Is it dissimilitude to my attitude? It probably is dissimilitude. Next word. Honk, honk, honk. Dissimulate. So it's simulate with a dis. Verb from the 15th century, starting with transitive. To hide under a false appearance, as in smiled to dissimulate her urgency. That is a quote from Alice Glenday. Glenday? Smiled to dissimulate her urgency, to hide it. That's what it is. It's hiding. The intransitive is a synonym, which is dissemble, which was in the previous episode, which is similar to hide under false appearance, to put on the appearance, to simulate. Yeah, it is similar to simulate, but not in the typical way that we usually think of the word simulate. But yeah, it's all about hiding. Dissimulation is a noun, and dissimulator is also a noun. Okay, we have one more word for this episode. I have one more word. You are going to listen to me say this one last word. Honk, 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 honk. Dissipate. D-I-S-S-I-P-A-T-E. Verb from the 15th century, starting with transitive. 1a, to break up and drive off. And the thing that is being broken up and being driven away is a crowd. Break up the crowd, drive off the crowd, dissipate. Let's see. Are we going to see any synonyms? Yeah, we'll see one at the end. You know, this is similar to some other words that we've had. Dissipate. This is the word dissipate. I feel like there was another one that we had not too long ago that was kind of similar. Breaking up a thing, spreading it away. 1b, to cause to spread thin or scatter and gradually vanish, as in one's sympathy is eventually dissipated. That is a quote from Andrew Feinberg. You feel sympathy, but eventually you don't feel any more sympathy. And now I want to just do a quick look back to see if I could figure out, to dispread, that's kind of similar. Let's see, going backwards through the words because disperse, that's the word I was thinking of. Yeah, disperse, dissipate, very similar. 1c, to lose how do you say this word? Irrecoverably. Irrecoverably. You can't recover it. To lose irrecoverably. And the thing that you might be losing is heat or electricity. And you don't want to lose those things because in the winter, you need some heat. You might need some electricity to maybe run your fridge and your lights and all the other things that need electricity. So dissipate. I don't think I've heard dissipate used in that context. 2, to spend or use up wastefully or foolishly, as in dissipated the family fortune in reckless business ventures. Oh, come on. Why you gotta do that? Maybe somebody else should have controlled the family fortune instead of this irresponsible idiot. Spend or use up wastefully or foolishly. Dissipate. Intransitive verb number 1, to break up and scatter or vanish, as in the clouds soon dissipated. Let's just lay here in this comfortable meadow with the grass and the flowers and just lay down and look up in the sky, the beautiful blue sky, and watch the clouds go by. And you can say, oh, that one looks like a donkey. Oh, that one looks like a dinghy. Oh, that one looks like a dodo bird. But then gradually, the clouds, they dissipate. Also as in, the team's early momentum has dissipated. They got tired. The other team got all riled up. And so they lost. The team that had the early momentum, they lost the game because their momentum dissipated. Number 2, to be extravagant or dissolute in the pursuit of pleasure, especially to drink to excess or excess. So, you're just trying to find so much pleasure in the world. You're being extravagant in it. You're dissipating? I don't understand this context either. A lot of things I have not come across in my 42 years. I still haven't come across all of the situations or all the words. A synonym for the whole thing is scatter. Scatter, the cockroaches dissipated when you turned on the light. Dissipator is a noun. I think it is time to reread the words. We had dissepiment. This is like the septum. Dissert, dissertate, dissertation, disserve, disservice, disserviceable, dissever, dissidence, dissident, dissimilar, dissimilate, dissimilation, dissimilitude, dissimulate, and dissipate. I'm not sure if there were any that really struck me. Let's see. I mean, the dissertation is kind of interesting. I definitely never wrote a dissertation because I just didn't. I felt like not doing that. The service, severing. Yeah, I'm just scanning through. I mean, I kind of like the idea of the dissident, I guess, because, sometimes we have to push back on the established religious or political systems, organizations, or beliefs. So that's kind of good. I think I'm just going to pick dissimilitude because I like the word. I just like that word. And it's just things that don't resemble each other, which is it's good definition. Yeah. Dissimilitude. 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 I don't know how to sing other songs. And that's a problem. My songs are not dissimilitude from each other. They are not. Okay, that's going to be it for this episode. I'm greatly appreciative that you are here listening to this. Let's see. I say this every once in a while. Over the last 5 or 6 days, somebody downloaded over 1,000 episodes, and that was just wonderful to see. It just really gives me all the good feelings inside when somebody does that. So go tell other people to do that. Just last night, we celebrated my sister's birthday, and we decided to do all the questions in the podcast Films to be Buried With. And if you like movies and comedy and you have not heard that podcast, I strongly suggest that you do. Hosted by Mr. Brett Goldstein, and he just wants to talk to people in regards to movies, and I really appreciate that sentiment. I completely relate to that. And so, there's maybe 10 or 12 questions, and there were 7 of us, my parents, my wife and I, my sister and her man and their daughter, who's 13, almost 13, and we talked about so many movies, and we did this for over 4 hours with a couple of breaks here and there, and it was a fantastic time. I loved it. Just talking about movies is just a wonderful thing to do, which is why I sometimes tell you about the movies I see. And I think I'm all caught up, but I think tonight we're going to watch a movie or two. So in the future, in the near future, I will tell you what that was. In the future. Okay, this is the end of the episode. Thank you very much for listening, and until next time, this is Spencer dispensing information. Honk honk.